Hello, hello, hello. It's time for Gotcha Day. Today I have two very big things planned. Very big things. Hello, 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 hello. How have I been? I've been doing good. How about you? Yo, hello. Hello, hello. Very big things planned today. I believe we'll have enough time. So to start, I have made it to the end of the railway. We have one last stop. Doing good as well, just finished up doing some assignments. Should be reaching the end of the year, right? Should be getting ready for a summer vacation. Getting around that time, right? For most places, it's getting around that time. Yes, we have the final station, the Refraction Railway. And then, there's a lot of tests coming up. Fair enough. Best of luck to you with those. I mean, hey, you get it and then you're done. You're free. You got this. After we finish the final stop on the railway, we will hop on over to Arknights and begin Chapter 11, Return to Mist. Should be very, very interesting. But it means we're going to have some tough battles. So, I guess without further ado, let's hop into it. Hello, game. There we go. There we go. I have made it. I will say, I will not be getting the 120 turns. Not this run, at least. I was really hopeful for a couple of them. But some of them I cleared in less than 10, and I was like, oh yeah, that's actually good. But then a couple of them took a lot longer than they really should have. Looking at these guys, so it's just... ooh. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. So, I have a general... No, I don't. Actually, never mind. I'm looking at it. This is also about your turn count? Fair enough. Okay. Almost everyone is okay to go. There's only two people who I'd be a little bit worried about. And that's Don Quixote and Ryoshu. To be honest, I don't know what this guy has in terms of weaknesses. So I'm kind of thinking I bring in a little bit of everything. Consistent clashers. Okay. That's gonna be you two. High rollers. I'd hate to bring these guys in, but okay. Let's think here. Okay, let's leave out Gregor. Your HP is actually shockingly high for how much I absolutely tried to get you on lower health in the previous battle. I mean, hey, it worked. You were fairly high rolling, if I recall correctly. I guess specifically just your skill 3 is high rolling. Ishmael might be good here. She hits decently hard with all of her stuff. All of her coins are +4 with all some decent starts. So yeah, I'll go ahead and take her. In terms of who else to bring. You aren't bad in terms of your rolls. Your skill 3 hits like a truck as well. I don't know. Pass for the last slot? Okay. Yeah, skill 1 is kind of weak, but skill 2 and 3 do hit pretty hard, so we'll go with that. I do the skill 3? Yeah, okay. Alrighty then. Let's go with this. Clear this stage, you won't be able to... I mean, yes, that's the point. Okay, here we go. Nope, I am not ready. Not at all. Oh, geez. Okay. My form empty. All units transfer their karma to their targets after a successful attack. Karma is not transferred to my form empties as long as its allies are alive. Take negative 200% damage this turn. Okay. Allies present gain 10 protection. Maxes out at 20. All units transfer 10 of their karma to their target after a successful attack. I can't read the whole thing. 5 or more karma is transferred per clash count. Or 5 more karma is transferred per clash count. Karma is not transferred to my form empties as long as its allies are alive. Take 1% damage. Take an extra 1% damage per count at the end of the turn if at 108 or higher the unit dies. Okay. Compulsory offering. On Clash Lose, apply 20 karma to a random other ally this turn, and on hit, inflict 20 karma. On Clash Lose, apply 20 karma to a random other ally, and on hit, apply 10 karma. It's 2 points instead. Okay. I think these are all normal skills. Nothing too terribly crazy seems to be there. Just a standard clash. Okay, then. I won't lie, I'm a little bit worried about Pride. We'll have to just deal with it, I guess. Let's figure out who's being targeted by what. Okay, you're going there. That might be a good way to just get rid of that. You aren't being targeted by anything. But who's gonna be best against that? Probably not you. Yeah, you're just favored. This might be good, yeah. Guido and Ida are major problems in this fight? Oh boy. You're gonna have to go there. Unfortunately, your stuff is doing okay. Half of me says I want to go and use Snag Harpoon, just to go and get that +2 in a clash when it's in our favor ever so slightly. But the other part of me says I want to have a chance if something isn't in our favor. So I'm not quite sure whether or not we should do that. Okay, so who you aren't being clashed with, and that one's not being clashed with. Go for it? Okay. Because I know we had the resources. Then you will clash with the one remaining member. Wait, there. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else that we should start up right off the bat? I don't think there's anything. Yeah, resource pool isn't going to get dented in the slightest here. I'm just worried about the possible downside of if we're slightly behind, it greatly lowers our chance of winning a clash. But we'll go for it. Not so much worried about damage there. Though it was interesting that it said it only had like 15 health or something. Yeah. Yoshi's fourth match is next to use. I don't have that one uptied. So if you're wanting it for the passives, I won't be able to do anything with it. Yeah. Okay, so they healed a lot. Why? Start of turn, fully recover HP. Start of turn, fully recover HP. I see. I see. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? So we don't want damage here, we want karma specifically. So specifically we need to worry most about these. Unused supply 2 attack power up to another random ally. Oh. Okay, so that's a 3. So we're gonna need everything above a 3 to clash with the stuff down here. Fortunately, the clash is just gonna go like that. So we can just go ahead and do that and just lock that in and we'll be fine. As for what's next, dominating, favored, dominating. Okay, go with that. Neutral, dominating, dominating. That. Struggling. Dominating there. Us ego is a good one here. Just for the early turns, I guess. The pride. I'm not gonna be able to use Pale Stem or whatever it is. Still go for it? Still go for it? Okay. In that case, then we'll go ahead and use that. Then you can go... Yeah, I might as well do that. Okay, everything says dominating. All the values seemed okay, so I'm gonna go for it. Guess we just gotta try and get this done before 10 turns. Fine. Okay. You did not take any damage last turn, so that'll be good. Okay, so what do we have now? Karma and attack power up, so once again we want something that's going to be... We aren't going to be able to do that. Okay, that's fine. This is what it is. Both you two have something going for her. With 3 random ego sources on hit? That's just mean. Not rip space. I do not wish to die. And then... yeah, we'll go with... that'll work. And then everything else... go here.
직접 나서지.
I don't like that the on use thing has to just apply there. We made it through it. We're good. Ooh, that was a little scary for a second. Can't quite destroy that part. Not yet. See, even though you were staggered because you were healed, you went and... At the very least, the minus HP healing or whatever it was kind of lowered that. Oh. Indiscriminate targets the unit with the most karma. It deals more damage based on the karma. It's plus 2% per count. If target has no karma, minus 50% damage. Target has karma, inflict 50 karma. I see. So... he's dead. He's gone. Oh, bye-bye. So I'm not going to clash with any of this. Right? That's what we're doing? Then do this. Guess it doesn't really matter all that much. But in particular, I'd like to try and see just how much damage I can hit you for. So yeah, you're gonna go and attack everything there. So let's just go and do... that.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
There's one. Okay, there's one down. And 3. And now you're dead. Okay. Now everything's going to go towards Guido. Your randomness no longer matters. Also, why do you still have 20? It says you would only gain 10. See, it says only gain 10 protection. You lied. That says 20. Okay. Guido, what are we gonna do with you, huh? What would be best here? Probably this again. Lots of abnormalities are added together. You must have get that? What? Ten protection on 2-part. Oh, okay, I see. Yep. Sorry, that's me not remembering how the game works. This is unopposed, which is kind of scary because both of those are 5. Right. Well, let's deal with these first. Everyone can clash with him, so let's just deal with these. You dominating there, so we'll go ahead and do that. And who are you targeting? You dominating there. Perfect. That says dominating, but I don't like a single coin thing to go and do that, so we're gonna go and put that there. And then I'm gonna smack this again, I guess. Not really sure what to do. Sure, I guess.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
There we go. Immediate flashback to Judgment Bird fight? Yeah, kinda. I can see it. Still aren't doing much. Oh, I see. Now you have 4 of them. Oh. Give. Oh. And it's give. That means the one it's targeting gets it, right? So turn if that word is broken, apply 30 karma and 3 fragile to a random other ally, then enter state of non-self. Anatman. During the state, abnormality's behavior changes and all of its attacks target units indiscriminately. Whenever it recovers, its max health increases by 20. It says indiscriminate, but it's still targeting me. Okay, I still don't want to take the hit, but it's on use, so I can still clash with it and be fine. Alright, so let's figure out where you two are going first. So you're going there. Oh, you're both going there. Okay. Alright then. Yeah, we'll go with that. And then you two. Perfect. Go with that. And then favored. Assuming that's, yeah. Right. I don't like how it's favored there, but that's fine. It is what it is.
직접 나서지.
Or good. Neat little touch is that the more karma someone has, the ring behind them is more defined. Oh, I never noticed that. Oh, yeah, it is. Actually, even just looking at Guido, yeah. And he's done. Statue looks as tranquil as ever. What could it be thinking? I don't know. Let's see anything. On Clash Win, have negative status effects on this unit. On hit, inflict 2 attack power down next turn. Now that is recovered. Now it has 20 health. Random other ally. So karma is basically gone now unless I get hit. Oh. Oh. That's why the clash. I get it. I get it. I get it. Okay, never mind. That's gonna hurt me. That's gonna hurt me a lot. Struggling? How? There's no way you're struggling with that. Oh, because it's not calculating +4 coin power. That's why. That's not struggling. That's gonna win. That's gonna be good. We'll be fine. So I want to get hit by these. But I want to win against this one.
직접 나서지.
We can also hit it fairly hard.
지금이 기회인 것 같소. 침묵을 안겨주죠.
Oh, you were not supposed to get staggered. Oh, that hurts. Okay. Okay, so now I can get hit yet again. That's gonna hurt quite a bit, actually. But that's fine. So you can't transfer the karma right now, but you can. That's unopposed. Don't get hit? Am I not supposed to transfer the karma and then just make them die? With karma? I thought that was the whole gimmick here. Wait. Is that not the gimmick? I could have sworn that was what I was supposed to do. Unless you're saying it's just that these attacks are going to be too hard for her to take. All you need is about 40 comma on him for a swift kill? Okay, fair enough. I was going to try and instant kill him with the over 108 karma. But alright. Oh, shoot. I actually, flat out right, can't block that. Okay, you can take one hit. That's fine.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
There we go. Alrighty. And now we do fun stuff, which is just clash against everything, I guess. Perfect. That's actually not dominating, I don't think. What is that normally? Hold on, what is that normally? It's normally +1. Okay, yeah, never mind. That's still good. I think we're okay. Favored versus this one, which is dominating. You still have significant amount of health. They should get absolutely destroyed now. Okay, fair enough. I mean, both of them are unopposed. Unopposed. What? Who are you attacking? Oh, but you're attacking. Hold on. Okay, now who are you attacking? You're attacking that. Okay. So now we can go with that. There we go. That's what we want.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
And 1, 2, and 3. Alright. It feels as though you find peace in merely looking at it. The statue seems to be embracing the agony and anguish of it all. There is no self within, only everyone. It only makes sense that one would lose the will to fight. However, no man can wholly shoulder another's suffering in their stead. Before we are all allured by its false compassion, someone has to break the statue. So the hard check? Ooh, lust advantage. Really? Not you? Oh, geez. Okay, yeah, that is very, very... Ooh. Ooh. I wish this would count as 11. Yeah, no, literally impossible, literally impossible, literally impossible. So these two are the only ones. Unfortunately, that has to be 2 coins versus all 4 coins. I guess let's go with this. I'd much rather try and get 2 coins, a 25% chance if it's neutral, than 4 coins in a row, which is a lot less if it's neutral. But this isn't even neutral, so hopefully we're okay. Ah! Us trudged our way to the statue, feet heavy like it's stone. No one could stop the sinner as if it were busy lowering their heads and bowing to it. Faust murmured some sort of mantra on the way, and listening closely, it was a confession. The sinner was uttering all negative pasts and thoughts in their mind. Faust felt that their heart grew lighter and forgiveness grew closer as they divulged, but it was not to come. The fake Bodhisattva, I can't pronounce that correctly, I'm sorry if I'm not, was only biding his time to restore its strength, paying little attention to the convention. And now, time is up. Karma was resolved. Now it strikes every sinner randomly. Faust was staggered. You're used to this? You're used to failure? You can still get transferred, though. It's not like I can't transfer it. And I'm pretty sure that I can still pull you over, right? Yeah, I can. Oh, but you're gonna... Oh, okay. Okay. I see. Alright then. This would be a great time to ego. I'm debating how I'm gonna do it. Because even then, I could still lose with this. That's the scary part. Stable? Oh, right, because... There we go. What's the times 3 mean? Or does it just mean we hit it 3 times? I mean, they're all the same, so go with that. I don't think you'll have enough to really hold too much to it. Yeah, if they get heads, we're screwed. Just plain and simple, that's what it is. Which one of you has... You're the one with the paralysis, huh? Yeah, the stone seat is the one with the paralysis. Dang it. I really don't like this. It's a lifetime stew. I don't think you can hit that hard with this. Yeah, no. Okay then. That'd be good, or would it just be better to do this? Okay, it'd be better to do that. Oh boy. At the very least, this can't do all that much damage in the grand scheme of things, so that's good. Alright, here we go. This is gonna hurt.
승리를 위해서라면
43.
무불아.
Oh, haha. I screwed something up. Either that or I did something completely right. Did I stagger them? Did I stagger? I can't quite tell. I'm pretty sure I staggered. Or destroyed the part, one of the two.
아직 살아 있을 거야.
But either way. Oh, okay, so I did destroy the part. I was like, I think I destroyed the part. Alrighty then. I just click that and... yeah, pretty much. Oh, no, you only have 9! Dang it. I mean, that covers it. That's pretty much what I want. We'll just go with that. That's fine. I don't even need to try in order to beat you. 83, nice. Not as high as I've gotten before. Specifically with that skill, I've reached 150 or something like that with a single coin, which is ridiculous. Not even ego. Alrighty then, that was incredibly easy.
이 정도면 조기 소진 걱정은 안 해도 되겠는걸.
Congrats, thank you, thank you. 152, there we go, there it is. Yeah, that last one was a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be super hard. That was fairly simple. And I went in with like 2 characters at half health. Yeah, some of these, as you can tell, I struggled with a bit more than others, simply because of bringing in guys who weren't hitting as hard or something like that, but hey, we did it. That works. Grab our final reward. Okay. Yoink that. Turnout was 141 for you. It's a bit faster than me. I was 152.
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고 먼저 퇴근하도록.
And
고된 일을 맡는 게
just freaking carried like the first half. Such a good clasher. So. Do we want to use it? So 147. Okay, so we're all pretty close. I was a bit slower. I'm the slowest. That's fine. Got all the rewards, that's really all I cared about. If we get a little thing, then great. If we don't, that's fine. Stick that on there anyway, because at least I know that I beat it. So many rewards, it was worth the pain. Indeed, indeed, indeed. A lot of free summons and stuff, which I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to spend them, with the exception of you, because I'm pretty sure you're gonna have your own banner, right? Yep. Alrighty then. You know, who should I even hope to get? I don't want one who grips. I don't want Chef. I don't want Grovhammer. We could get Hung Lu. Don't want Gregor. Wait, are you freaking kidding me? That's it? Are you kidding me? What do you have left in the dispensary? It doesn't say any of these guys. It's saying other ones. Like, this is it. These are all the 3 stars that it lists. Or, yeah, that's all the 3 stars that it lists. I guess it's because these ones are the only ones that were specifically released during Season 1. And not like a Season 0, like before, like upon release sort of thing. Like, these were all released after it starts. Oh, really? Will they retroactively change this? Think it gets updated with new stuff? Oh, okay. In that case, I'm gonna leave it, because I'm not taking a 1 in 5 chance to get someone who I don't already have, or I'm not, like, almost guaranteed to get. Like, literally, this is the only one that I'd be okay with pulling. Because I already have these 3, and I'm not very far away from getting you, so... Yeah, I guess we'll wait.
나는 너무 걱정하지 말고 먼저 돼.
What? I'm dropping this.
상관이 고된 일을 맡는 게 당연한 일이지.
Okay, well, we have completed the railway. And that was a cool final battle. I will say it was cool. It was a little bit underwhelming in terms of difficulty, though, but that's fine. Not sure if Project Moon is going to have a banner after N-Corp Sinclair, so who knows? Fair enough. So, yeah, I'll wait. Worst comes to worst, it doesn't get updated, and then I still have the ticket. It's not like it disappears, so... Alrighty then, in that case, give me just a moment, and we're going to hop on over to Arknights to play Chapter 11, Return to Mist. Because this was my goal. We did it. We still got plenty of time. Didn't even take 45 minutes to go and complete it. Give me just one moment. Exit out of there. Change stream title. Like to say something about N-Corp Sinclair? Go right on ahead. Oh, you know what? I gotta take off my model because it doesn't like me using the emulator for Android while I'm using that too. Rather unfortunate, but it is what it is. Reverse coin ID. Oh, interesting. So you're gonna want it to flip tails. I'm assuming that's what you mean by reverse coin ID. What in the world is this ad I'm getting? Why? Why? I'm just looking at this ad, and that's all I can think of. Is just why. I'm not going to specifically say the name, because I feel like that's not professional. But why is the only thing I can say when looking at it. Everything you kit revolves around losing sanity. I mean, I guess it makes sense given that, you know, what it means, what N-Corp really means to Sinclair. Also, ooh. Burn ID. Ooh. Interesting. I think Liu Hong Lu, I think it's the only one that I have that's really focused on burn. So I may need to go and build up some other characters if I want to really go and capitalize on the burn stuff. Serenity that gets access to Fnatic. So it's both burn. Does it also inflict nails? Or does it just get the Fnatic? Nothing on it involves nails. Okay, so it can't be both burn and bleed, I guess. I guess that's fair. Be a little rough to get that and and have it be balanced at the same time. Hello, Arknights? You good, bro? I just realized, does this scene have chat in it? Yeah, it does. Okay. Oh, I put it into a folder. That's why. I just glanced over at OBS and I was like, this scene doesn't say it has chat. Passive also reduces sanity gains from clashing and scoring skills. Interesting. I wonder if they're going to also release another ego for him. A reverse ego. Oh, kills. Fair enough. Yeah, that makes more sense. There we go. You can probably hear it. It's loaded now. I shall switch over when I am fully signed in. Maybe.
Arknights.
Pretty sure I updated this, so it shouldn't have to go and download anything. You know his ego is going to be busted with him? Yeah. There's no way they don't release an ego that's a reverse coin. There's no way there's no way they release the first reverse coin ID and not give an ego to go with it. If they do, then that ID has to be really heckin' powerful. That's what inflicts burn on Tails hits. Yeah. Like, there's gotta be some sort of ego that they give that relies on Tails hits as well. Studio mode just to make sure when I transition, it's going to transition correctly. Dawn is also an interesting ID. Did they release a new one for Dawn? I didn't see anything about that one. If they did, I missed the announcement, and I'll go and look for it. There we go. There we go. Oh, the joke's on you. I do not sign in with Twitter. Incorp Dawn and Sinclair. Oh, I must have missed the announcement about Dawn. Okay, I'll have to look that one up later. Okay, here's the deal. As much as I want to be like, yeah, going, yeah, I don't really know if I want. I don't think I want stainless. You know, I have at least one copy of everybody and all the banners with the exception of stainless right now. I'm thinking I do a couple free ones because I just simply have free ones, but I think besides that, I don't think I'm going to spend anything on it. Question? Go ahead. Offensive recovery operators that I commonly use. Oh, you're talking about using his skill 3 for stuff, huh? Yeah, I know that's a thing. I know. I know Chen, Irene, Arquetto, they would all get something out of it. But who would I replace? Oh, do you think I should just go for it? I'll just go for it then. I'll spend my free ones. Hey, yo! Hey, yo! Maybe I don't even need to. Great that. I mean, if I get luck this good on the next one, then I can, you know. If I get luck this good. You can't make this up. No freaking way. I just got 2 5 stars in a row. Are you kidding me? Okay, hold on. How long can I keep the streak going? Okay.
Attention.
I was gonna say if I get another 5 or 6 star.
Structure for the Bolivarian armed forces. Now let's cut.
I'm just gonna go one by one. Okay, never mind. Not if we're gonna get 3 stars. I'll do one tenfold. That's it. One tenfold. All right, let's see. Let's see.
Hoshiguma, Defender Operator. I'll be your shield, your blade, your fortress. Very glad to meet you, Doctor.
Game said, psych. Who are you? You know what? Fair. You know what? I'll take it, I guess. I do enjoy myself some Hoshiguma. It's working great. Okay, I also did the same to you. Not gonna lie though, that's some crazy good luck. 2 6 stars for the first tenfold? Dang. That doesn't have like some super high rate up for all 6 stars and 5 stars, right? Hold on. Hold on. Lost the 50-50 twice. Oof. Wait, Paprika's already here? I didn't think Paprika was here. Toter, that's your name. I didn't push any buttons. Okay. It did not like me scrolling. 2%, 8%? No, that's all normal rates, right? Pretty darn sure that that's normal rates. Yeah, 8% and 2%. That's normal rates. It just got really lucky, I guess. I mean, I'll take it. Silence. And then... Also very cool. Okay, we'll check out his abilities. I don't know why he's not here for some reason. Normally he would pop up with this thing. Guess you just kind of gotta scroll. Whee! Look at all the operators I don't use. Here he is. Oh, you're also a Liberi. You're a Besieger. Can attack invisible enemies? Ooh. Okay. Next attack targets one more enemy and deals... Your attack is physical damage. Attack speed +5. Each attack targets 2 more enemies, and if only one enemy is hit, deals 180% attack as physical damage. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, well, it's nice to have more besiegers. They're fairly fun to use. They're just very, very niche. Alrighty then. Dang, you know what that means? That means that I lost... I pulled 3 5-stars. And... means for each of those I had a 25% chance of pulling Paprika. And I didn't get it. Statistically, yes, I technically wouldn't have gotten it yet because it's not 4, but would have been likely to get it. I guess not exactly likely. Each one's independent, 25% chance, but whatever. Alright, return to Mist. Oh. One question. Was that Laterano Gun Knight armor? Because that's what it seemed like to me. Troops of K and Blemmy. Oof. Although we are 100% doing this at adverse, you cannot stop me. I am doing my best to go and do that. Arknights. Interesting. So maybe that's not a Laterano Knight. To me, that looked like a Laterano Knight. That's just what it looked like. One of the good knights of Laterano. Well, whatever. That's fine. 42! Good thing I have quite a few extra potions. They'll still be on notice of pure and simple children. The seeds have been irrevocably planted. So many things. Sarkaz royal court casters have increased attack. Oh boy. Don't hurt me too hard. Here we go. We'll go with this. "26 years ago. 1072. 5:11 p.m. Overcast. Residence of the Duke of Cumberland. Belsterig District of Londinium. Your Majesty, I've just received word. Those two pitiful members have died in their cells. And they deserve. It's time Parliament understood they serve Victoria, and not the businessmen stuffing their pockets with coin. I understand your eagerness. Still, some are worried. No pressure on the court has terrified a great deal of members who have been observing the situation. They may act with impropriety in days to come. They should be fearful. They've been in other places. This unbroken succession of wars whiles away our riches our forebears accumulated over the ages, yet certain greedy condorwings have been reared, fattened by them. I'm not looking for you to back down, but if we could just go a little slower. A little slower? Isn't the condorwings know when to stop? Wouldn't you look for them to feed a little slower? We don't put our new tax policies in place, and once the enemy sees fit to pounce on Victoria and tear her flesh apart, even the mercenaries will leave us without a second thought. If they consider themselves soldier, clear of mind, and honorable of heart, they will stand by your side. They're mercenaries. I'm afraid the Red Dragon thought as much too, before he was forced to share half his crown. We all saw the end that befell him. I promise you, no matter the hour, you will have Cumberland's loyalty. Of course, Cumberland the ever on high. How could I doubt where you stand? You see, Robert, Victoria is in her hour of need, this very moment. The right of kings is waning upon the swathe of this soil. Why does your Majesty think so? It's your birthday the day after. Everyone is hoping to catch a glimpse of your visage. The servicemen are impatient to pay their respects to you, and the populace's cheers are sure to drown out the parade in turn. I was using the wrong voice for that. This year, perhaps, but what of next year? And when it comes time for my Alexandria to succeed the throne? Robert, we will make our exit, sooner or later. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Grace. Pardon me for bothering you without permission, but I've just had a report. There has been an intrusion in the palace underground. The size of kings is unaccounted for. What? And so is Her Highness Alexandria. The guard have sealed off all areas connection. all areas of connection, and the search is underway. But no leads have surfaced for the time being. Why does Alexandria and the Victorian Realm Blade have gone missing at once in this sensitive situation? No, no noble would be this brazen. But, Your Majesty, I assure you I will personally handle this affair straight away. Don't be flustered, my old friend. Alexandria's longtime mentor accompanies her. I trust no one will pose a threat to her safety. Our mentor? As in? He treats Alexandria very well. I can't recall if you've ever shown me the same level of concern. As for our size of kings, no matter where it is, it will play its role. You mean the rule of a realm blade? It'll be grasped by a righteous ruler before these academics conduct their endless lectures on it. That is what a realm blade stands for. And we all look forward to the coming of that day. I understand. Robert, for your daughter, and for mine. Yes, Your Majesty. And for Victoria. Hold on, miss. Don't run so fast. I have to. Ailshi? Elfir? How do you pronounce that? Ailshi? My brain says Ailshi. I'm not quite sure if that's quite right, though. I have to, Ailshi. I need to see my father. I know he's at home today. Not quick enough. He'll be off God knows where again. The Duke's been up to his ears in business recently, but if he knows you want to meet him, I'm sure he'll be willing to spend the time with you. I don't want him to spend time with me. Then what are you in such a hurry to see him for? I need to tell him, loud and clear, I don't want to go to County York. Don't you like the country? The meadow out there has a lot more land than it is here. You used to love playing in the meadow. You always had the farmers' kids there to play cricket with you. I love it there. But it's hardly even summer yet. This time of year we usually stay in Londinium. Plus, isn't it strange to you how me and Mum just... How it's just me and Mum going this time? Calm down for now. I hear from the Manchester's butler how a lot of the noble houses, masters and mistresses are summering in the country early this year. Might just be one of those new trends in society, you know. Don't give me that. Dad's hiding from me. He wants me out of here. Why? Just keep asking him to teach me swordsmanship? Because I can never get any Gaulish into my head? Is that why he has a temper at me? Miss Alderdale. Maybe it's not my place to say this, but Manor's tutor isn't here right now, and I don't give two tosses what she should be saying or not. Fair enough. I can only offer my own opinion. Miss, His Grace loves you very much. No matter what his decision is, it's going to be for the good of you and the madam. He wants good for me. That's more reason he shouldn't be sending me off. I'll miss him. Miss him a lot, you know. Oh, come on, you. What's the blushing for? Because that's the kind of thing only little kids say. I don't want Dad to think I'm attached to him. I need to be stronger. A Steam Knight sooner. Oh, that was the armor of a Steam Knight. I see. I was close. I knew it was a big, fancy knight. Though that's pretty obvious, honestly. So I maybe saying that I was close wasn't quite right. I also said it was Laterano, which, I mean, makes sense why I was confused that it was Laterano. If I thought it was Laterano, because I was like, it's Victoria. Why is Laterano in armor doing there? But okay, Victorian Steam Knight. That makes a lot more sense. At least I wasn't thinking it was that, and it was like, oh, it makes perfect sense for a gun knight to be there. At least I was confused about it being a gun knight. But you know, you are a child still. You should try telling him everything you've been feeling. He's a gentle, generous duke, and a kind and caring father. I'm sure he'll understand you. So let me see him? I always support you in your decisions. But you'd best be a little slower so you don't go trip on the plants, or else Mr. Jim, or the gardener, will skip dinner. Again, out of shame for you getting hurt. Tell him it's his fault if his plants hurt me. Really, what do we do with you? Make sure you mind your skirt, Miss Allerdale. Got an audience with His Majesty at the dinner tonight. Have you seen Charles Lynch anywhere? The newly appointed Steam Knight, was it? An incredible achievement at his age. I'm sure plenty came here just to mob him. Shame he rushed off not long after he arrived. Every Steam Knight garrisoned in Londinium got orders to move. Is it Sargon or Lithanian this time? God save Victoria, no more wars. Every time one happens, I have to sell off a few more of my grandfather's paintings, rots his soul. It's an order direct from Parliament this time. Parliament? Ah, of course. The Steam Knights sit under Parliament, don't they? You always get word so quick. The more you're informed, the better you invest, especially in these times. This goes far further than how much pound sterling we make or lose. We're deciding the nation's future, and that's precisely why we need to be in touch with more of the wisest. Major Lynch is... I think the proper title is Sir Charles now. Sir Charles is a diligent and upstanding knight, loyal to our nation, to Victoria. He's been aboard his high-speed warship defending us at the northern border for close to 10 years now. Countless meritorious deeds. He's selected to be a steam knight even at this young age. There's no telling how far he'll go. I hear he used to live in Londinium. I think right here in Auster? Auster? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Come to think, I never heard anything about his family. No matter his family, he's a pillar of Victoria. Those with the honor of joining the Steam Knights are much different stuff than in times past. You know the type. The court suck-up playing sycophant for the monarch. Do I hear you ribbing at someone? No. I would hardly. All I'm saying is you see how His Majesty is surrounded by such fine company like Sir Charles, while there are people out there who've done nothing but rest their own laurels on their ancestry's honors. Their pale shadow and... Oh dear, whose child is this? What are you barging about a dining hall for? You'll be dragged off Fourth Worth if you bother His Majesty or His Grace. Just the hair color. Richard, she's... Governments are not suck-ups. We didn't have steam armor. We'll charge enemy lines and give our lives for His Majesty in Victoria. Miss Allerdale. Sir Lord, Lady Martha, I'm dreadfully sorry. The miss is just feeling unwell right now. She doesn't mean to be rude to the guests. I should have her put to bed. The blame is mine. The blame is mine. What do you mean the blame is yours, Ashi? Who is allowed to sully the Cumberland's honor? I'll become a brilliant steam knight, like my ancestors were. Just wait until I grow up. I'll prove it to all of you. Miss... Excuse me. Don't run so fast. Sir, madam, I need to fetch Mistress Allerdale. If you'll pardon me. Well then, Miss Allerdale seems to be a fine, outspoken young girl. I thought we wouldn't have the chance to meet Miss Allerdale until the function tonight. How lucky of us, wouldn't you say, Martha? Children can always afford to be innocent and naive. But whoever you may be, you won't get away without growing up. Allerdale pants and gasps as he runs down a long passage. She went to seek her father. She has no idea why she squeezes her way into this tiny room instead. It's far from both the ballroom and the Duke's study, practically neighboring the attic. It's probably her fit of temper in this moment. She doesn't understand why her dad wants her gone, let alone why those posh-dressed visitors would say such things about the Cumberlands. Every time life doesn't go her way, like when she loses a cricket match, or when her father, the Duke, misses her birthday party, this is where she comes. Just so you can have a chat with her old friend. They've all forgotten. You were the mightiest the Steam Knights ever had. My father taught me that the true healers aren't afraid to give their lives. They're even less afraid of being forgotten. So I shouldn't have argued with them. I really want to grow up soon. I want to become one of the glorious Steam Knights too, and rout all our enemies. I'll make every single person who ever talked down on the Cumberlands too ashamed to lift their heads. Probably can't be as mighty as you are, but it'll be enough if I can be just as happy. If I can be just as... Yeah, I cannot speak. It'll be enough if I can just be half as... No, 2/3 as mighty. Well, but my father said that as a Cumberland, I must hold the loftiest goals in mind, so... You watch over me, can't you? I won't disappoint you. Of course not. Is someone here? Is it Elsie? She doesn't want to be dragged back to the hall so soon. So she stoops down, and with a single step, leaps behind the steam armor she knows so well. The dilapidated suit shields her as if it was protecting the young descendant. Her dainty frame is completely concealed. Stranger's footsteps encroach. Most of her view is blocked by the suit. Allerdale cannot make out their faces. Most she can glimpse is their distorted reflections. I'm short and chances are few. We need to confirm a few things. Are you sure this place is safe? It's as secluded as any nook or cranny gets. The rest of the visitors are all in the ballroom still. No one's noticed us leave. No, someone has. Not everyone loves to hang out in opulent halls with nothing to do, Allerdale thinks to herself. I don't understand. Why choose today? The lion's finally left his den for once, and hardly any of the guard are here. Assassination can't solve anything, and it won't. Don't tell me you're scared of the gallows, Mr. Dutyman. Compared to your fear of poverty, I'd say getting hanged is a lighter affair for me. I'm sick of spending my days with my brain and my wallets in others' hands. Chop chop, please. Even if the other dies, there's still the cubs. The crown will remain seated firm on their heads, muzzling us like draft animals. We can kill one king, we can kill a second. Easier said. Listen, we have to be patient. The Steam Knights have all been sent out. By the time they return to Londinium, the dust will have settled. What will they do then? The same as those Paragon few. They'll do nothing for their own gain and everything for Victoria. Even if it won't be handy to support our actions, they'll understand the decisions from on high. That leaves the Royal Guard. At the parade, contain every knight of the tower. Key is seizing the city defense forces. Some dukes got fed up with it long ago. Allerdale's face presses against the cold plate, but sweat nevertheless drips down her forehead. It grows harder and harder not to move a muscle, not to mention keeping her breath stifled. The voices of the two figures grow gradually out of reach, and suddenly are right before her. For a blink, she quivers, trying as hard as she can not to let her body slip into view, curling even her toes in. Has this lousy thing always been here? First generation Steam Knight armor. First generation? That's over 200 years ago. It's antique by now, isn't it? I'm sure it'd fetch a pretty price. Haven't you seen the family crest? It's House Cumberland's steam armor. Its old owner once stood before the Gaulish artillery in this. Raced for 3 whole hours just so his majesty could flee unscathed together with his shattered people. Only during battlefield cleanup did people realize half the suit had been blown away. One side may have died soon after the bombardment began. But even dead, knights still persevere in protecting their own king and kin, electing to fall so soon. And here you're one of the Gaulish blood. Surprised you like reminiscing on those nobles' heroic deeds more than I do. Fundamentally, I just bear respect for those we can call heroes. Their belongings and your measuring of things don't mix. Even if this duke's home is raised to ash one day, the Cumberlands will never sell off this armor. They have noble sense of armor, am I right? Utterly meaningless in my view. He's welcome to watch from his ivory tower all he likes, along with the rest of the dukes. No matter who the city's ruler nominally is, it won't make the duke's authority any worse for wear, at least for the moment. If he took the prudent path, then he wouldn't be Cumberland. Why can't he just let go of his loyalty to the Lions? With colossal change about the great Victoria, you'd wish he'd recognize where his loyalty should lie. Sooner rather than later. What's going on down there? More men than you can count have surrounded the Duke's manor. Quiet. Listen carefully. Intruders. Palace underground. Blade. Thieved. Seal off all major streets in Outstrig. No one in or out. Can you hear what they're saying down there? They're searching for someone. Who? His Majesty's entire guard has moved out. They couldn't know we're meeting here, could they? What do we do, sir? A faint noise comes from in front of them. It sounds like someone gently drawing breath. Ullerdale's heart pounds. Alrighty. Ullerdale looks familiar. I cannot put my finger on exactly when or who she, like when we might have met her or who she might be. I have a couple of ideas. Just based on the hair and eye color. But I'm not 100% confident.
Access for application map. And enemy coordinates authorized. Please stand by.
I'm going to need... Yeah. I'm gonna need Honeydew, or what's her face. That's fine though. We can work with it.
Don't worry. My poison is not contagious. Tactical support system. Online.
Attacks deal additional necrosis damage, locks onto your units dealing continuous arts damage, and causes area necrosis damage when casting is complete. Also, music? Hello? This is so good. Granted, is that a surprise for Arknights? Because I don't think it is.
Please, toxins will
Oh, you do a lot of damage. Oh. You deal a lot of arts damage. I'm not sure if I like that.
Program loading complete.
Okay. You're liking this? Yeah. Yeah, not exactly a surprise for Arknights, but that's a really good. I like that. Ullerdale, it's no good habit to eavesdrop. Listen to your father now. Only lonely scoundrels would hide away in the dark to plot the demise of another. Maybe they do it for their own benefit, but such stolen victories never last for long. Lonely scoundrels, both of them. Dad? She doesn't want to be caught barefaced, especially not by these awful people. Disappoint her father and bring shame on the Cumberland name. She can just climb out the window. We need to seize the moment. The soldiers are counting heads right now. We'll mingle with the crowd in the confusion. That way no one will realize we were ever gone. Did you hear something? Must be some little house pest. Don't overthink it. How's a room so cramped gonna hide anyone? She carefully, gingerly cowers inside the shadow. Her most loyal ally, the tremendous suit of steam armor, becomes her shield. Her fingers feel the edge of the window. If she can just climb over and out, She can avoid this duo's line of sight and climb down the gutter pipe. Her skirt's filthy by now. She won't be happy about this. But as long as she's not caught. She doesn't understand what happened. The sky and ground seem to spin before her eyes. The inside of Allerdale's head whirring with. Her hands and legs lose all purchase. Her grasp and footing touch nothing but thin air. She plummets straight from the second story. The garden scenery screams like mad towards her head. But before she hits the stiff soil, the soft yet ample cushion catches her. A cushion from where? No, it's not even a cushion. Allerdale feels herself gently placed upon the ground. She turns to look behind. And creatures confined to legend stand before her. They must have leapt out of a fairy tale just moments ago. Stood there imposingly in the garden. They really do exist. Their golden fur gleams scintillant as the sun. Scintillant as the sun. Scintillant? I don't know that word. I've never seen that word before in my life. But that's a real word, and I don't know what it means. I'm assuming it's something along the lines of bright and shiny. The one at the head has pupils of deep brown. They are now calmly staring at Allerdale. Allerdale, brought by her father, has had several audiences with His Majesty, and seen generations of portraits of the Aslan kings hung on the palace walls. But this is the first time she cannot help the urge to bow her head before such a gaze, for the ones before her seem more awe-inspiring than any monarch. Yet a Cumberland does not bow so lightly. Allerdale makes a conscious effort to keep her head held high as it can go, and only then does she notice that the one in the center carries a human astride him. A girl who must be even younger than her. Dressed in sumptuous ceremony, languidly sat atop his back akin to plated gold. In his mouth held a sword that outsizes the girl by far. A deep, resonant voice arises in Allerdale's head. Allerdale Cumberland, you will meet Vina again someday. This is the first time Allerdale meets them, and the last as well. In the over 20 years to follow, this sight will recur in her dreams. Dreams of that august golden presence. Of the girl who was there with them. Until, like the Master of Beasts prophesies, she once again meets the one named Vina. Look, that's Royal Highness Alexandria. Inform His Majesty immediately. We found Her Highness. She's in the garden right this moment. Oh wait, I'm not seeing things, am I? Isn't that the missing... Her Highness, she's found the sides of kings. God save Victoria. God save the king. News instantly erupts throughout the garden. Servicemen, nobles, servants, everyone swarms for the place. Her eyes on Her Highness bearing the symbol of royal power. What a miracle it is. Hot tears fill people's eyes, and one after another they reach their hands out in joy. Miss Allerdale, what are you doing here? Ilshi, you can't see them? Them? What do you mean, Your Highness? Her Highness Alexandria? She's the only one there, you know. No, them. They're golden. You just said something to me, too. Did something happen to you? Your skirt's starting to high heaven. Are you alright? I'm not sure. Stars fell into the room upstairs. The Steam Knight armor. It gave those scoundrels a beating. I don't understand what you're telling me. Yelchi, I feel really dizzy. You need some proper rest. You haven't lost a head seeing all of this. Far too much has happened today. Did you see? Her Royal Highness Alexandria came back with the missing size of kings. The cheers from the gardens were practically shaking all the windows and walls. Hardly anyone believed their own eyes. Her Highness Alexandria in the flesh. At her age, how young is she still? A miracle, everyone's calling it. Yes, a miracle. Of course it is. The greatest difference between miracles and coincidence is that miracles never descend for no reason in the time and place they do. It'll be His Majesty's birthday soon. How can I not consider this magical affair a splendid portent of things to come? Do give that a rest. They put on this old Archer-style drama for the merriment of anyone watching. What I'm suddenly minding is the opinion some dukes have of His Majesty and our Duke of Cumberland. Leave it there. All worries on the back burner now. The dinner party's about to begin. You're quite right. Let's enjoy everything here to the fullest. God save Victoria. Seems people's attentions are on Alexandria's adventure. Your Majesty, you knew beforehand Her Highness would enter the cavern underground? It was a fine opportunity. With me out of the palace, the diligent guards can more easily chatter, or perhaps sleep on the job. Let's let this little intruder of ours slip by. So you planned all this? Half was his fine improvisation. He does like a harmless little practical joke on us humans now and then. If he went along with this, does that imply he, too, considered this a necessary deed? Londinium will be soon for summer. Awfully stuffy days and torrents of rain from time to time. You're planning to send Aladale and the wife out of the city yourself, aren't you? Your Majesty, my intention has always been but one. I simply... Robert, you adore your daughter, as do I. We are to wager everything for Victoria's present, but they are Victoria's future. On the off chance we do fail. We will not, Your Majesty. I will ensure the worst case does not happen. It takes my very life. I'm filled with great courage and confidence at our prospects. Still, it doesn't hinder me from planning just the most minute escape option for Alexandria. She'll be ruling Victoria sooner or later. Just so long to have her get to grips with the city in advance. A similar farce has more or less served to right the balance on this stifling seeming afternoon. Under all this pressure, the people's spirits need a little boost. That is what we're meant here for. Of course, we have some premonition. That's why we made these calculations. Correct? Come, Robert. Once you're done with your tea, we'll be due downstairs. I hear music. It's the band his Dad and His Majesty invited. Yes, Miss Allerdale. The dinner party's about to begin. Everyone's so happy. Aren't you too? Yelshi, will the days go on like this forever? Me and you and Dad and Mom? We'll always be together? I don't know, Miss Allerdale. But I believe nothing ever stays completely the same, just as the flowers in the garden. No, there are some things that will never change, Elsie. I'll grow up to be a Steam Knight, just like Sir Lynch. No, even greater than Sir Lynch. I'll protect you all, and drive every scoundrel away. I'll uphold the glory of Cumberland, just like my great-great-great-great-grandmother. I promise this, Elsie. You'll see. Miss... I'm not leaving Londinium. You're not allowed to leave either, Elsie. I'm going to tell Dad. This is my home. Just like every Cumberland son before me. I'll keep it. I'll protect it until my life's over. I swear.
Is this how you command the Aegir hunters too? Seems like the victory that the arrogant doctor promised might actually...
There we go, all the good stuff. Alright. Let's see what we got. Oh, okay, this will be interesting. Corruption deals significantly increased damage, and Sarkaz Witherers become Sarkaz Witherer captains. Oh. Okay. Alright, so we need someone else. I'm going to swap you for now with Honeyberry. So at this point, gonna be brought up to max.
So you can do emergency treatment like this too?
There we go. Confirm.
After our mission's over, why don't we all celebrate together?
Alright, so we're gonna need that. Surprise, surprise. But getting hit hurts. 4 years ago. 1094. 3:25 p.m. Overcast. St. Marcel's College. Nostrig District of Londinium. Hey, look at all the soldiers at Parliament Square. All the crossbows and cannons. You've got nowhere to run. Stop crying. You're not supposed to cry. Chin up. You're playing the king. I'll have you all killed. I've got my knights at the foyer. It's the knights in the tower. Most of them surrendered. All the ones who won't give in will be like you soon. Tried by us and the fiery rage of Londinium we represent. Who can try a king? Used to be nobody could. Maybe no one else in the future either. You're a dead end, your majesty. You blocked Victoria's forward stride. Every machine in the city stopped on your command. Plus you wanted to take the daily bread away from all the suffering people, stealing every last penny out of their purses. Our hands toil for nothing but tomorrow's sun. It's you and your gritty attendants that force us to stain ourselves in your blood. Forward, soldiers! For Victoria! Victoria! I am Victoria, you insolence! Victoria won't pardon you for this, even if I become a Spectre! Spectre! First you run over to those steps, then fall down, and then you say that? Who's that running around the doorway here? Ralph, Anna, you little pair of mischief makers. It's Miss Molly. You're just getting to the most fun part. Anna, quick, get on the steps. We're going to do the hanging. What? Hanging? Hanging? Who taught you children such a cool game? It's how the grown-ups in Slantworth's Alley play. Slantworth's Alley. There's all manners there. You watched some kind of silly show? Who took you to see? Tom the cobbler. He was drinking a lot of yellow stuff, and it was all dripping off his face. And then he ran up on stage while they were there, and he was yelling and screaming, "I won't let you disgrace his majesty the king, you is a great among greats." That bloody Tom. No, that's no language to use in front of children. Oh, what's he thinking, taking children to a pub? Let's keep going, Anna. I want to play one more time before supper. It's your turn to be the one that dies. Ralph, you promise. You can't fib. Oh, your majesty. Pardon these children for disrespecting you. I've never seen you nor heard your voice before. Only know our rumors of you from the city's gossip peddlers. Miss Molly, you've never seen the king before either. Don't be all hoity-toity with us. Come on, run, Anna. I'm chasing you. Out of the way, traitor. Sooner or later, you'll be torn apart by the beast within. Children, this is hardly proper of you. If you don't want punishment, you'd best cut that out. Never let any of the clergy or teachers see. See what? Oh, good. Lady Golding. Ooh, you look nice. Well, why are you so flushed? Cause we're playing a game, ma'am. It's really fun. A game? Very well, I understand. Return to your bedroom soon. Don't forget to do today's homework. Yes, ma'am. Additionally, Ralph, Molly may only be older than the two of you by a few years, but she is still your teacher. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Miss Molly. Alright. Listen to the map now. Off you go. Can't believe you didn't scold the two of them. Oh, Banana, I don't blame them. The children just don't understand what cruelty is yet. They have an innate desire to learn. If they can't learn anything proper from books or ourselves, it's only natural to turn to other places. Somebody say that hanging transformed Victoria. Lady Golding, do you agree? I ask the same question to different people. Or, excuse me, there is no either. Ask the same question to different people, and you only get different answers. The machines of Highbury's munitions factories certainly never ceased to work, but the houses of Outsterd had many a change in ownership. All I know is that these poor children still come in droves to our school each year, bless their hearts. They're in need of help, much as I was 20 years ago. I thank the school. If it hadn't lodged me, I would have died of some illness or other. Molly, what happened just earlier gave me an idea. An idea? You're mean. The sets of plays you're holding. Indeed. This is meant for the children, but they've only just learned to read. Wouldn't it be a little too soon? Better this than all the showy, slipshod stuff in Slightward's Alley. For young children, acting others' roles is tantamount to a game. The complex implications might escape them for now. At least they can get a little taste of the emotion and power within the words for themselves. I do hope you're right. Comes with another upside too, no? The children won't be nodding off in my literature classes anymore. I suppose so. What matters to me is that we can use up just a little of their energy. It'd be a great relief for me. Excuse me, madams. Bookshop's closing in advance. Mr. Adams? More voice. Mr. Adams? You're quite early to shut today. Haven't you heard yet, ma'am? There was a disturbance at the Duke's office in Camden this morning. Disturbance? What kind of disturbance is it to affect Outsterd? It's quite a ways away. One of the office admins got beat to death. Duke of Stafford's nephew, apparently. Only just rocked up in Londinium a week ago. Rest his soul. The police caught the murderer yet? That's the problem. Witnesses say the suspect scampered into a defense force barracks. Steal the street. Move. Don't let him get away. Out. Did we slid into Outsterd? Really? Hard to say, ma'am. Probably not that simple. How strange. Are these defense forces men? My eyes just might be playing tricks. The uniform seems a little different to what I remember. I've got a friend who lives in Camden, ma'am. Says there's soldiers just flooding the street nearby, all of them wearing that uniform. It's even word that, well, the Duke secretly slipped into Londinium just yesterday. How though? Was that prohibited by law? Thank you, Mr. Adams. These books are too heavy. I'll pick them up next time. Molly, back to the school as quick as we can. No one? Didn't they say they saw someone hiding in the alley? We can't let word of the Duke spread in the city. We do our entire operation today's... damn it, blast. Didn't even see if it was a man or a woman. What the hell are these intelligence agents doing in their bloody Londinium offices? Good for nothings. Got the Duchy's people running circles around them. Okay, I just lighted a bolt. Give them the chase. They can't have gotten far. Heidi. Wait. Lady Golding? Did you see something? Nothing urgent. Well, you go back to the school for now. They're all the children. Oh, excuse me. Make sure they don't stray out into the streets. What about you? I'm going to see a friend. There's some hot water and a clean towel in the office for me. I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry, bear with me. School things are fairly rudimentary. More often, we have children falling over while making a racket. Not so much being shot by soldiers' crossbows. I know. You could sew up wounds. With the scant yearly donations to the school, we can't afford to hire that many staff. I have to moonlight the school nurse a lot of the time. How? Seeing you move so silently on the street, I wasn't imagining you would feel the pain. Oh, don't jest with me. You're the one old Londinium who I can truly catch my breath with. I can suture your wound, Heidi, but I can't disinfect it. You'd best be off to a hospital straight away. I don't think so. Can you tell me why? She was shot by a soldier's crossbow. Why do you think? I don't think it takes a genius mastermind. I thought we were friends. I shouldn't have come here with you in the first place. I haven't wanted to pull you or the children into all the mess. So the soldiers are after you. Are they really the Duke's Stafford's men? Then I'm selling that. I would keep mum. He's your friend and mine as well. He's the one holding the book club we met each other at, and don't you forget that. Could I ever? You are a ruthless one, then. Fast food, work of pop culture subservience? It's all the use is fueling chatter between ladies of the house and girls at tea time? Your words for my newest work. I didn't say that the elder's talent lay far beyond. And I hadn't conceived that the most tasteful of all Londinium's critics was such a simple, unassuming teacher. I could read into every line you read, and for each one the 100 lines you had besides. Those are your words, Heidi, uttered by you. Never would I doubt the unspoken understanding between us. Then let me help you. We can be more frank with each other, Heidi, just as we always have. Golding, did I ever tell you that years and years ago, I had the fortune of meeting a Laterano cleric who wasn't a Sancta? She once lived in Londinium, too. She may well have had some ties to the school's origin. Who is she? She's... Lady Golding, goodness! Oh, hold on, you have a guess? Who might this be? Literary circle friend. Is something the matter, Molly? Outside, ma'am. What you would have heard. From far away come strange noises. The sorts of some that Londiniers are quite inured to. They confuse them all too easily, at first, with the sound of an exploding steam boiler carelessly lit, or the sound of a mechanical fowl beast the children so love slicing through the air. But as the ground and building tremors become steadily apparent, an instinctual panic strikes everyone. By protection of the kings, Londinium has never once met catastrophe before. And what they face now is without a doubt a different sort of menace. And in those of long age, something stirs. The nightmare of 20 years ago has come again. The sign of war. In the midst of the room's silence, the rumble grows thicker. Doesn't make sense. They were only catching a few criminals. Why'd they bring out such display of force? We can make sense of every thought in the minds of our fellow man. Many a tragedy would never come to pass. Molly, if you could check whether the soldiers in the street are still there. Yes, ma'am. I have to leave now. I know. I've urged you to stay, but I know full well that not even heavy artillery could stop you. I know you've noticed too, Golding, that the scene change is being wrought upon Londinium tonight. The Duke of Stafford's troops are on the offensive at the Parliament Square as we speak. The Duke of Cavendish's men are on the outer wall a long time earlier. The coup d'etat over 20 years ago, the turmoil it brought. I can speak. I can't pronounce things apparently though. Whatever. You get my point. I'm tripping over every single word and I'm forgetting how things are pronounced. Or at least the briefest thing for the citizens here. This time, I couldn't say. This will likely develop into an interducal war. In its epicenter will have been Londinium. I've come to some intel. Has the potential to save tens of thousands of lives. Sort of thing I need to deliver out of the city before tomorrow's daybreak. What do you say? I'm afraid so. The fire of war could spread to other cities at a moment's notice. Every Victoria needs to make preparations. Victoria's peace has endured over 2 decades since His Majesty's passing. Many call it a miracle, but I long ceased to believe in a miracle of any sort. We would never abandon their interest, especially when its vastness is that of Victoria's. It instead gave those with the stuff to plunder it all the more to consider. We pitiful that live in this crack of history can only simply shut our eyes and proclaim it so. Peace. Who would have thought that deadly illness would drive Stafford to such measures? Who would have predicted how the other dukes would respond? But the efforts of people such as yourself, this war would have broken out 22 years ago instead of being delayed to today. Are you trying to soothe me, Golding? I'm only stating the reality, nothing more. You needn't reveal your goals to me, Heidi, let alone explain what your people have been planning all these years. You'd only answer me one thing. Will peace come again? It will. That's what we've been striving for all along. We will protect our homeland. That is the truth. Throughout the ages, that we Victorians have believed in. Even if countless will die in the streets outside, even if, with each end in sight upon that road of yours, the next preordained war comes to greet you. Indeed. Because war will ultimately end. It may end at the hands of us or our posterity. When the smoke clears from the sky surrounding Victoria, no more will the children's smiles be crossed with haze. Very well. I'm willing to believe in you, Heidi. To try and believe. Should I ever be able to return to Londinium, Golding, I'll tell you everything. When we meet again. Remember that. Remember your promise. Come back alive. Okay, what in the world are we about to face here?
I've got this, I've got this. I can do this.
Hello. Elite member of the Noxclear army. This is corruption when defeated, causing your nearby units to continuously lose HP. Wonderful. Why are you moving so fast? Cease. Stop. No. No, you were supposed to do that. Thank you.
Arrived at designated position. Treatment target sighted.
No necrosis for you. It is not allowed.
I've got a way to
yeah, we'll still face it that way.
Help everyone out.
And then we have 2 things left.
No problem. Get a hold of
Shoot.
Relax.
I'm going to place you like this. Do this. No, I said no. No necrosis for you. Chapter with that crazy stage. This is the one that everyone likes showing Reed Alter on, right? Because it's just a couple of guys that are all explode with the chain reactions, and it's crazy.
Activating arts unit.
I'm going to face you... Not you. I'm going to face you this way.
I've got a way to treat you here.
Also, once again, I love this music. This is so good.
Everyone, hang in there. Away from me. I've got a way to treat you here.
Ah, come on. There you go. Get out of here. Jerk. Several hours later. Ralph? Where's Ralph gone? Oh, heaven's sakes, everything's a mess. How could he still be running about? Smalley, Ralph's and grown-ups keep mentioning artillery, but he's never seen it for himself. Of all the... He can't have gone out on the street. They started firing out there already. The bullets and the shells flying all over. I'll go and find him. Lady Golding is far too dangerous. Ralph? Come here now. Lady Golding. Move here. Goodbye. I'm right here. Let's hurry back. It'll all be better then. It'll be alright. Lady Golding, Ralph. You're back. Oh, wonderful. I'm sorry, Miss Molly. You scared me to death, Ralph. Are all the children here, then? Yes, ma'am. I've counted. About just now. A shell landed nearby. Whatever for? Just who exactly is warring with who? Doesn't make sense. Everything was fine this morning. What would this have happened to Londinium so suddenly? Don't cry, Molly. No tears in front of the children. Yes, ma'am. Hold my hand tight. Let's roll together. We have the defense forces. And the Steam Knights. They'll protect Londinium. They'll protect Victoria. Steam Knights. I think I just saw them. Are they really the really tall ones in all black and... There's a shadow from a street lamp, wasn't it? Liar. It was definitely one of the Steam Knights. Tell them the cobbler was going on about them. So they're the symbol of Victoria's grandness. High over the valleys and the rivers. Rumble ye rumble, tell us a sound. Shall be thunder and shall be gale, the grand knights of grandest Victoria crowned. I knew that song when I was little too. My singing teacher said that every year on the king's birthday, everyone would gather in the square to catch a glimpse of all the Steam Knights in formation. Did Steam Knight really fly? Apparently, all they do is run very fast. Faster than any lightning or storm. All the steam they emit on top, they must look like they're stepping on clouds. This is pants. Don't even have a king now. Never seen a parade once. Also, they told me their teacher once saw something even greater. It was the year Victoria had just defeated Gaul. To celebrate the then king's birthday, dozens of Steam Knights all returned to Londinium together. Their suits were draped in flags of Victoria, and once they'd all marched down the steps on the palace of Westerling, it was like one giant flag all at once. And then, everyone heard a howl even clearer than the thunder. A howl? Yes, how? The people who were there say it was Victoria's emblem, the symbol on our flag coming alive. Because ever since that day, Victoria had officially surmounted Gaul, become the grandest nation of all Terra's lands. I'm sorry, Lady Goldie. Your father was Gaulish. I forgot. You needn't apologize to me, Molly. You and I, Ralph, and the hundreds of thousands of children that grew up here, all grew as Londoniers. Perhaps the same goes for the one in the suit of steam armor outside. Do you know a steam knight, Miss Golding? Charles Lynch. He used to live in Ostrich. Tom the Cobbler was an old friend of his, hence why he loves to tell tales of His Majesty and the Steam Knight so much. In fact, Lynch was his last Steam Knight His Majesty ever titled in his life. The last Steam Knight titled up till now. The night drags on. For so long that the children hear every tale of the Steam Knights told in Londinium, and first light has just broken. The sound of artillery stopped sooner than they expected. Past the witching hour, the streets outside have more or less returned to silence. But no words are needed as they all continue to stay huddled indoors. No one dares rush to see the state out there. Near to every Londonier who has been awake the whole night. The same question circles in everyone's minds. Come next morning, will Londinium be different? The next day. Seems like everything's the same. The big men gone. I knew it. I knew the situation would come under control like they split once the steam light showed up. I just didn't think it'd be this fast. Molly, some way or another, we're going to need to buy essentials. We don't know what might happen next. You two, what are you doing out here? Mr. Adams. Excellent. For the children, knowledge is just as indispensable. Especially under present circumstances. Mr. Adams, could you bring me those sets of plays from yesterday? I'm afraid I'll need a few more, too. These fairy tales, along with those first steps into mathematics and physics there, and a copy of the home medical guide. You can parcel all that, please. Wait, what's that noise? From not far away sound uniform footsteps. They're unlike those Londoniers have heard at parades. These are heavier and more urgent. The Palace of Westalig, the Shard, Parliament Square. One flight after another in seamless succession. Through Ostrig's most desolate streets, to the center of Londinium, Victoria's heart. As the footsteps press toward the most ordinary of streets, some of those ducked to the side of the street finally catch clear sight of the advancing army. Or better said, they see clearly the soldiers' appearances. The horns each shape their own, all condensed in ominous black. Not even the rushing yawn of daylight casting a shine on them. Sarkaz. The Sarkaz mercenaries. If they are mercenaries, I'll assume they'll leave soon. Then Londinium will be back to the way it was, won't it? They don't know it yet, but in the years to come, many a thing will change completely. For one, the Sarkaz army won't ever leave Londinium. And for another, from that day forth, no one will ever see the steam armor in her streets again. Boom. And boom. A hard level at level 3? Oh, we got this. Yes, I wish to claim that. Okay, I guess I can't claim them individually. That's what I was saying. Here we go. Livia? Gildas. Sure. I don't fully know how to pronounce that. Lady Livia of House Gildas was a former attendant of Lady Patricia of House Artorius. She was named a Knight of the Tower at the age of 14. She was 26 years old when a sudden windstorm swept the royal capital. Though she suffered grievous injuries, she escorted the royal family to an underground shelter. They remained unharmed despite the windstorm causing massive devastation in the nearby areas over a period of 3 days. Lady Livia herself, however, died of her injuries. After the calamity passed, the royal palace was rebuilt on top of the shelter, and a watchtower was erected at the spot of Lady Livia's passing, in honor of her service. Then number 7 is the next time we get to read a little bit. And then the expert operations. Those are going to suck. That's fine. We'll deal with it. Heidi's just there. Hi, I guess. Terrain and enemies will differ in places, and friendly units have reduced defense. Okay, so this is how it looks here. Then, okay. So then how does it look in the standard stuff? Heidi's placed a little bit lower. Both blues are down there, and 3 reds are up there instead. Okay. That's fine. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. New materials? Wait, are there new materials? Oh, yeah, right. I didn't even notice. Transmuted salt. I guess if we had sugar after all this time, it'd probably good that we get salt. One year ago. 1097. 4:56 p.m. Overcast. Munitions Factory number 11. Highbury District of London. It does look a little like ice cubes, yeah. But I guess that's kind of how some salt crystals kind of look if you look at them in the right way. Boy, has the last batch of polymer prep come in yet? What do you mean it hasn't? This takes a piss. Who was in charge of transporting those materials? It was, the one in charge. What are you dithering for? It was Feist. That boy. He went out first thing this morning. Should have been back ages ago. Who went with him? Tommy, Pato, and Day. They're at the same workshop. I think they're on the same shift. They all get along like a house fire. Keep mucking together all this time. Feist, their little ringleader. You've hit a snag from the sounds of it. Small potatoes, nothing more. Small potatoes. Catherine, you know what day it is today, right? How can I forget? I've been fearing for my life I'll upset our officer if I sign and it looks like a foul scratch. Started practicing my signature 10 whole days ago. Let's practice on your belt then. The general stretching importance hard on the handover ceremony in 2 days. Reportedly, the Defense Force's head is showing 2. Want a cig? Fast one here. You know why it's all your factory's people that stuck around until now, don't you? We work very hard. That's a given. You do your work very well. We're like in that regard. Work, get paid, scrape a living. But our employers know all too well the more exceptional a merc's work, the less he can be trusted. Standard fare. Old manager of this industrial park, Sir Humphrey, never trusted us either. We dragged him away. Don't make trouble for me, Catherine. The mercenary's tone is placid, like he's the one asking Catherine if she wants a smoke, as he so often does. This is his job. Offering a few disobedient Londinium workers to him is almost the same as the screws she tightens on the daily. Catherine taps her cigarette into a bag. She can have ash falling into the machinery. I've told you more times than I can count. If you want efficiency maintained, our factory can't afford one fewer worker. I admire you a fair bit, Catherine. Even a typical merc might not have the guts as you do. You've got the stuff. Thing is, it's possible to take anything too far. Londinium's got over 100 munitions factories just like yours. Even if this whole place was dead empty, the region didn't care. Nothing will change. A ceremony will come the day after. We'll hand over everything as promised. And all our workers will be there. No need for you lot to worry about a thing. And I'll take your word for it then. Of course. Got a lighter? Just holding your cig there. You hold on to it after all. Londinium smokes always have a sort of engine oil to them. Can't ever get over it. Catherine, what do we do? Off to the loading area. Otto, done there? Just a screw left. Sort it out. If this keeps up, they'll be waiting a whole week at least to get more polymer prep. Polymer up to our ears. Just batch after batch coming in. The hell is Sarkaz building? I haven't seen. Ray doesn't let me anywhere near the assembly line. Only her most trusted workmates get to climb up that walkway. The longer this keeps up, the more it must be important to the Sarkaz. Gotta be a weapon, right? We've been pumping out auto crossbows from the Sarkaz the last few days in the workshop. Could only be. Still got many ducal armies outside, I guess. Be gassy letting the Sarkaz get away with this, I tell you. We've got to stop them, Pato. Can't be helping the Sarkaz fending off our own. Is it gonna be any use if we destroy this batch of prep? Think we get sentence? I'll step up if that's what it comes to. Not afraid of being taken in. You can't do that. Granny? Grab him. Pato, do it! Eh? On the fly, she grabs a small file and throws it. With a clang, the worker's spanner flies out of his hand and onto the ground. Do you know what it is you're doing? I'm stopping the Sarkaz. You're making a scene. I've got it all planned. Won't drag any of you in. Tell the Sarkaz I did it, and then you'll die at the Sarkaz's hands, making yourself out as a hero, aren't you? I'll try and flee. I've been planning this forever. Using the crawler you modified. You're hiding on the cargo track and slipping out the highbury that way. So you know. I've been living in this industrial park for over 50 years. What silly business you try and won't slip by me. Granny, listen to me. I can see some news. It's a rebel organization active in Sedin right now. They rescued a whole number of people from the Sarkaz, and they're even taking back some plates. They call themselves the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps. We're going to meet them. Are you now? And then? What? Are they lacking for smiths? Are you going to assemble and automate production pipelines for them? Maybe design the next generation of crawlers? I can't even put a single armament together. You're gonna go up to the people at this Self-Salvation Corps and tell them that you want to bash Sarkaz's heads in with spanners? I'm learning. I know the stories you told me. Like how you got selected to build steam armor when you were young. I've heard you spending night after night polishing at power conduits. I don't get it. Well, Londinium workers. You've been teaching me that since I was little. Show me a more factory-built modern Victoria. But now, we're lowering our frat at a handover ceremony, raising the Sarkaz on sign. And then, taking the assembly line we're so proud of and producing weapons for the Sarkaz with it, those weapons wind up pointing at Victorians. How can you bear life like this? Like what? Life like this is our life. Life you and your parents have always been living. Look at this factory. Nobles with titles longer than their surnames. Business tossers with lives built on trade. And the Sarkaz. We have people posing as its master come and go. The assembly line's still there. The machines still haven't come to a halt. Each river that's passed through our hands is still in the place it's meant to be. Whoever might be occupying the palace in the middle of Londinium, this city we built will still see tomorrow and the day after that. I don't want a tomorrow like this. What kind of life is a life without freedom? It's being alive at most. That's it. This factory, Londinium isn't ours any longer. What's the point of everything we made for it? You know, Feist. 25 years ago, that night when the flames lit up the sky, your dad said much the same thing to me. Boss, Sarkaz are almost back. You're free to go wherever you want. From this moment on, you are forbidden from ever setting foot in the factory again, Feist. A worker who won't finish the job with his own hands isn't fit for the job. Anyone who wants to go with him, I won't stop you either. Just remember, you step outside this door and you are no longer one of us. I mean, neither of them were in the wrong. Simply how you value life, survival, and stuff like that versus everything else. Range speed drops to 50%. Attack speed and movement speed are greatly increased and becomes immune to most control effects. Ooh.
Before checking what methods the other side might use, each of you please watch yourselves.
I'm trusting you with this, Heidi. All other units within range get 1 block, inspiration equal to 50% of Heidi's defense and 11% of Heidi's max HP. This unit trade effect is increased to 15%. Okay. And what's your... Skill 2 is equipped. Everything gets stat. Well, in Shatterpoint. We are not in Shatterpoint. Okay, is he down like this? Oh boy.
Expelled from the city, still returns to rescue it. I've got a way to treat you here.
Please stop. No. Ouch. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not good. That's fine. We'll make this work. Which way are you going? No. No, you don't.
See the light of my lantern? I'm right here. Don't step into my heart. They be the judge. Is there anything you young prince?
Don't force my hand.
Oh jeez. Please don't, please don't, please don't. No, you son of a... Alright then. Okay, so that didn't quite work. Not quite, not quite, not quite.
A fatal error occurred during the operation. Reboot the system to proceed.
Alright, let's try this again, shall we? It did say that this was going to be harder, so... Surprise, surprise, it's harder.
Direct memory access for application map. And enemy coordinates authorized. Please stand by.
Let's go with this again. But this time, we're gonna do a little bit of extra here.
安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。
やってやビビってんじゃねえ。納豆5本。たくあん納豆5本。
No idea if that stacks, but we're gonna simply hope it doesn't.
獲物を見つけました。
せそうに油揚げ。
Locked and loaded.
Take them out fast. せそうにロックオン症状。
弦の振動を感じて。
当然私だろ。せそうに油揚げ。
Alright, and now I know it says that it'll become immune to most crowd control effects, but we'll place you here.
Not one.
私についてきて。永遠の故郷に帰りましょう。
Then we'll do this.
当然ビビってんじゃねえ。Ready to move. Drop your weapon. せそうに納豆5本。
弦の振動を感じて。
And down they go.
See the light of my heart will be the judge.
せそうに炎を切り油揚げ。
He lifted his slow.
油揚げ。ビビってんじゃね
どの矢を使えばいいです
Oh,
か？
come on now.
たくあん漬け。
That's just rude.
え。せそうはこちらに。
There we go. Much, much better. That went much, 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 much better. Several days later. Well, inventory check. This lot of factories has handed in its designated amount of material. Excellent. Miss Catherine, as you know, taking on Londinium's hundreds of factories and ensuring their smooth operations is by no means a simple feat. Thus, my only option is to personally see every handover completed. Some unpleasantness always comes part and parcel, but this handover out of this final set of factories has been the smoothest. I must thank you for your willing cooperation, for sparing me so much time. I just don't want to do anything that'd be of no avail. I admire your attitude, Miss Catherine, but I'm afraid your heart of hearts doesn't agree with you. You mean? I hear a few days ago some workers fled your factory. Being the case, I'd like to take stock of personnel while I'm here, and have a look at your factory's names. It was my grandson who ran. Catherine. Oh? Young'uns tend to do without thinking. Very plain dealing of you, Miss Catherine. Frankness alone will not quell this matter. Sir, I can't guarantee everyone under me is of one mind. I don't have that capacity. I can only guarantee this factory hands in its designated material quota. Could I ascertain? Or are you asking me to let him go? He's a single tyke. Every hair on his head out of place. He's hardly going to affect his factory's operation. But you could. I've heard about your past deeds, Miss Catherine. No wonder you were chosen as a workers' representative. A woman of honor. I esteem you for it. But you always must nip these things at the bud. Or are you able to guarantee me that your grandson won't become a traitor to us? Such as if he joined that self-salvation corps that's all the vogue. I have no need to guarantee it, sir. Yoguns always think they can do something. But it always turns out they don't know what it is they're facing. They'll get themselves. I understand your sentiment. Indeed. Pursuing a single escaped worker pales in comparison to the gravity of ensuring a dozen factories continue to stably operate. I can overlook this affair, Miss Catherine. But I do hope you're able to keep your promise. As long as I'm in charge of this factory, there'll never be a problem. Excellent. In that case, it's time we get on with the handover ceremony. Just our goddamn luck. I want to go to the factory too and watch the flag raising. Quit griping. You can see it from here anyway. Just tough it out. There's none of the gravitas here that you get from watching on sight. And who the hell knew we'd actually take Victoria's capital? If you dream of that in the past, you'd kick yourself. True enough. Still, next comes the hardest period. The Duke's eyes are on us. If they were good for anything, we wouldn't have to seize Londinium so handily. That was close. Phew, lucky these mercs have no idea the plate has a gap you can get into from here. Weiss makes his way to a pipeline entrance. He's done his survey. Somewhere along this passage is a connection to Sidine. But now, on the verge of setting foot inside it, he has doubts after all. He wasn't kidding, Pato. He thought over every difficulty he might potentially face. Critically, though, what he never said was that he didn't have a plan for every problem. Granny wasn't wrong after all. He's just a smith. He has a head that passes for smart, and relatively hard-working. These two things ensured he could muddle through life fine in Londinium's peaceful years. There's no telling if he'd save his life rather than Sarkaz's notice. Tommy was right. If only those massive hulking metal labs are still around. Sorry about that. He's all grown up. He's still never seen a steam knight before. Bang. Clang. Bang. With the factory ceiling so high and the hatches so small, the view of the sky can't help being minuscule from within. Its ever-changing shades cast a like projection down to the factory. Never changing is the sound of the assembly line, one hunk of metal striking another. As well as the sight of old Granny, standing at its side. Think it's dull, don't you? Hold on to your hammer and span her tight. If you really want to do something, you gotta persevere. You strike once and you get nothing more than a hunk of beaten metal. You strike again and again and you can make steam armor. Strike again and again, and then your child and your children's children carry on striking. And we've got Londinium. Should he head back? Should he go in? He has no idea. From far away comes the sound of a Sarkaz bugle. And Weiss follows that sound. Atop every factory in Londinium stands a flag. That flag stands for Victoria. Not once since this factory's founding has that ever changed. But that, as of today, has changed. Sign here, Miss Catherine. Without hesitation, Catherine, upon the document that embodies transferal of factory authority, signs a practice signature. And now, the final changing of the flag. Go. Yes, sir. Stay, Miss Catherine. Be what it may, you are currently witnessing history. Sir, can I light a smoke? By all means. Sir, just as you've heard of me, I've heard about you too. Oh? Oh. Yes, my father was a Gaulish loyalist. That's no secret. If you're querying me how I felt at this moment, Miss Catherine, an instant of joy that there was no bloodshed throughout this procedure. Outside that, my heart is filled with nothing but sorrow. Not far away, Sarkaz soldiers ferry over the flag that stands for them. Meanwhile, an additional 2 Sarkaz prepare to lower the current one. Catherine can see the happiness on their faces. And beyond them, a resplendent sunset glow. Catherine knows. It all signifies the dark isn't long away. Vice turns his head, and from this position, he just so happens to be able to see the factory's flagpole towering high. He stands there and watches as Victoria's flag descends, foot by foot. A moment later, foot by foot, the flag of the Sarkaz rises, as if nothing's changed at all. He takes a deep breath and sets foot into the pipeline. It's pitch dark within. Apprehensively, he sets off. For the direction of Sudin, he recalls. All of Londinium's munitions factories have now completed the handover. And on this day, they have exchanged Victorian flags for those of the Sarkaz. They flutter in the breeze. Oh, I got salt! Nucleic crystal center. What in the world is that? Hold on, I want to go and check that out. Nucleic crystal center? Don't mind me. I won't actually go and work through everything. I'll do that later.
Could you help me comb my hair?
Now's not the time for it. But I do want to see what this new material is. I see. Oh, and that requires transmuted salt agglomerate. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Which we cannot craft. That's a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. Why can we craft the top tier one before we can craft the middle tier one? Wait, hold on. S9 too? S9 too? What's X9 too? Because that would be in chapter 9, right? Did I miss something in chapter 9? Uh-oh, that wasn't there before. At least I'm pretty sure that wasn't there before. Interesting. Sure, let's do this real quick. Let's see.
Fine. We should
Oh my gosh.
now.
Why? What in the world?
本物はどこだ世相にロックン症状
Okay. That was something, I guess.
敵を発見。
世相に本物を切り捨てん
Oh, I suppose I probably should have done the other one.
I'll do my best.
Oh well, hindsight's 2020, I guess.
Locked and loaded. 安心して。きっと大丈夫だから。See the light of my eyes will find the truth. Can I freeze? Stay back!
Oh, I definitely should have done the other way. Okay. Okay, you know what? We're restarting that because I'm an idiot and I did it backwards.
Tactical retreat. Don't break formation.
A little odd that they like backtrack and added that. Because that definitely wasn't there before. I would have done it. I know I would have done it. Because it bothers me to leave a single friggin' thing just back there unfinished. This time we're going to destroy the pillar on the left first.
Everyone, prepare for battle. 本物はどこだ
たくあん。
納豆ご飯
So now that pathway is blocked.
世相にロックン
Now here comes the fun part.
Not one step backwards.
Now's the time to help everyone out. "この宴会の歌に耳を傾けて。
止まって
前方30メートルに不審な人物を確認。ドクターの連中か。
世相にまた納豆ご飯
獲物を見つけました。
Serious belief.
Everyone, focus on fighting. Just
納豆ご飯油揚げ
Not really sure what else we can place down at this point.
私についてきて。永遠の故郷へ。
I guess there's some stuff we can place down.
いい天気だね。Everyone, hang in there.
今度こそ。
Not a lot.
There's a tent. Get away from me, please. 現には3つの選択が、敵には3種の苦難があります。
Oh gosh, what is going on?
Unleash the rage your father poured into you.
Oh no! Oh no! I broke something.
Get a hold of your breathing and relax. Can I breathe? ご命令を。絵には3つの選択が。敵には3種の苦難があります。
Got it. Anya will crush
There we go, now it's in the right spot. I see, now you throw two of them at me. It won't do much in all honesty.
ご命令を。弓を引いて。
There it
狙いを
goes.
定めて。放つ。
There we go. Nice and easy.
I managed to help a little, didn't I?
There we go. Oh, that wasn't even in the... Oh, well, they can only be that. Okay. Back we go to here. There we go. That was their battle for this story mode. That's the for this story node. That's how we're going to count that. The year 1098. 1:03 p.m. Overcast. Palace of Westerleg, Londinium. Even before Londinium was a nomadic city, the Palace of Westerleg stood here. Its name was originally plain Westerleg. The Draco royal family covened its ministers here in the palace, and used their beloved gold and ruby to decorate the outer walls. Said decorations went up in flames during the Great Fire 300 years ago. Still, the building's skeleton remained, and it bore witness to the first Aslan king's coronation. Thereafter, Westerleg formally became the Palace of Westerleg, to commemorate the age of peace and prosperity founded by the Draco and Aslan kings in joint. 26 years ago, the last Aslan king was captured in the same place by Parliament's standing forces. And now this is no longer the building where Victorian Parliament assembles. Sat at the conference table is but one person, not Draco, nor Aslan, but Sarkaz. Still a sign of movement from the Duke of Gododin. Ever since the Viscount's life was attempted, our activity in the domain has been greatly restricted. Lavish salons held every night on the Duke of Normandy's residence, but the flow of raw steel is extremely suspect, and all intelligence personnel have turned up empty-handed. Any sound from Dublin is drowned out by the Duke of Wellington's high-speed battleships roaring. We have as of yet been unable to penetrate in the Iron Duke's duchy, but no other duke would be able to impede the veteran without a doubt. The Marquess and Co. have finally given up on the Duke of Stafford's inheritance. The Duke of Castor admitted envoys and gifts on New Year's Eve. Activity from all dukes has been growing increasingly frequent since last winter. It may be signed they're about to reach a conclusion. Perhaps for Londinium remain at the same pace as... Hold for a moment, sorry. You sure? Lothian, 3 days ago. It's too slow. Yes, it looks like they finally found results of the diplomatic peacemaking. New cipher's just been decoded. It's a word from the front line, General. Yes, I need to notify you ASAP. 3 days ago, the Empress's voice grandiloquently left the Duke of Vendermeer's domain. We did discover contact between the two sides in time, but just today, the city, fortress changed course and is sailing straight for Londinium. The one that's been nearest us over the past 2 years. It's pushing directly from Lithuania into the Victorian border. Near the ravine. Yes, it's the Curfew's archenemy. Duke Vindemir's army. Duke Vindemir announces internationally this is to avoid catastrophe. Silence once again hangs over the hall. At this moment, with his eyes shut tight, Teresa sees the thick fog outside of Londinium. Once it clears, the battle will come, right on schedule. Footsteps break through Therese's train of thought. He is forced to open his eyes. There. Theresis. It's you. Are you asleep? Perhaps. The Victorian dukes are a cunning lot. They meticulously sift through every word of intel that flows through into Londinium, making the Sarkaz lose their heads. The advantage isn't ours in this gamble, yet neither have we been at disadvantage.
The military commission's business is always endless. Such is our history's fragility. Even a single comment on a piece of information arrived would suffice to forever damn Clydesdale. Even now, as we stand in Londinium, things have hardly changed much. You're still as weary as ever.
No, one thing has changed. You're here.
Yes, I am.
The breadth of possibilities has crossed my mind. If you were to take my head, perhaps you would make a much cleaner job of it than I.
You would never think that way yourself. What's hypothetical put forth by Manfred?
I'm always in need of some different voices.
What's on your mind now?
A dream.
Oh?
I saw a stone Londinium, yet unarmed. Clouds enveloping the city, black stones growing everywhere. The Sarkaz. The Sarkaz there in the way, between catastrophe and the crowd. Once the disaster lifted, Londinium's city gates were wide open to us. The Victorians stood flanking the streets, cheering and welcoming us in. We entered this palace, and the ones sat on the throne no longer feared the black stones that grew from us and took our hands. He called the Sarkaz friends.
It sounds unfathomable.
There was more. I saw a vampire, Noxeher, and Wendigo set foot together into reaches more northern than even Ursus, casting fragments of strange monsters back onto the frigid sky. And I saw Banshee and Damadzi venture to parts more southern than even Iberia, walls against the ocean's descent within the boundless water. Countless Sarkaz giving their lives for this land. And Aslan, Draco, Feline, Cabernet, Liberi stood together with them.
Stood together?
Yes. The Sarkaz were no longer the nomads excluded. The land embraced us, and we had roots anew.
This dream.
This dream was not mine. The scenario all originates from what you once described to me. A future Sarkaz could have.
I remember. But you told me then that my ideas were too distant. That it was not only our enemies who could never comprehend me, but neither could the Sarkaz. A myriad years of grievances became our weapons, one and all imposed upon me. You also told me that the flames of war within the Sarkaz would tear them apart before I led them to that future. That I was more likely in all respects.
Would you begrudge giving up any possibility, if it may be but an innocent spark? You've also said that this world was once only the Sarkaz's, that the ancients and elders wrested our homeland from our forebears' hands. Their souls and death still murmur the Sanctus betrayal. How the royal court withers like autumn leaves. How our bloodline is lost in the howls of grief. How ridiculous the sinners are in forgetting history, and how Kazdale's ruins strew all across Terra. And then they cry out. The Sarkaz have invaded our homeland. So better that the Sarkaz believe in the fight. The fight can hurt our destinies together as one. Better that than peace. This isn't fair. To rule is a method of coexistence too.
Terra will perish by its own hand before it confronts these time-old questions.
But our homeland would be more magnificent than the many of the Seaborn. Our Hexcrafters would hold the northern menace at bay. Our knowledge, all-encompassing, would dispel Originium. End the catastrophes. For all that, the cause must reach an answer.
You're right. They must.
This is a conversation we've had countless times. But now, you can hear their voices clearly. You can make real contact with their ancient souls' tendrils. So tell me, Teresa. Did this myriad of years, all the Chikan souls that lived and breathed, and passed from life to the other shore in death, did they ever receive a momentary respite?
I've already failed, Teresa's.
Because you're a move behind.
Because at this moment, it is we that stand here.
Here. Londinium. Tell me, Teresa. When you stand atop the shard and look at this city, what is it you see?
Victoria is a nation lush with ingenuity.
Without a doubt. In a few short centuries, they built nomadic cities, withstood catastrophe, and even attempted to control the storm. Not to mention those knights of white steam. The valiance of those steel suits of armor that ventured into Cosdale 200 years ago falls far short of that which I saw in the years to follow.
Ah. Perhaps it's the fault of our unique blood for granting so many of us lives far too long. So long that in the intervals between one war and the next, we lift our heads. We need to realize that accepting Sarkaz, everyone is progressing on.
No, it's nothing to do with the length of an individual's life. They have the opportunity to progress, simply because in the past they've monopolized the freedom to choose between peace and war. Teresa, when I look at Londinium, I see the number of times this nation has gone wrong. The Victorians scorn how primitive the Sarkaz are, yet in essence they simply use the rules of the culture they founded to gild the greed and violence that runs in their deepest marrow. They tear at each other incessantly. Ultimately, everything they've made will be ruined by their own hands. That is why we could win this chance at freedom.
Even if hope is still remote.
I won't give up on any possibility.
Yes. In that regard, we've always been so alike.
The year 1098. 1:34 p.m. Broadcast. Residence of the Duke of Cumberland. Northern District of Londinium.
Amiya, Doctor. My messenger has just sent back some key intel. The main Sarkaz forces are on their way back to the city right now. It's extremely likely this means we're about to wage war on the Duke's armies. But given previous intel, even if they do return to Londinium, the Sarkaz military won't be enough to directly contend with all the Dukes. With the Sarkaz choosing to act now, they obviously believe they've grasped some key power that'll sway the situation for them.
The shard.
That skyscraper the Sarkaz occupied? If let this weapon be concealed in the building, yes, but will it sway things? It will, Calavicio. Have you people ever taken note of the storm above the shard? Oh, those dark clouds seem highly unusual. According to the intel we've obtained, that's no normal storm at all. It's a catastrophe the shard is causing. Even if it isn't entirely the same as a true catastrophe. It's the cause of the cause of catastrophe. There's no Londinium themselves. What would they gain from destroying the city?
What if they control where the catastrophe lands?
We're not just conjecturing the shard's purpose. This weapon, or this technology, rather, is exactly Rhodes Island's chief objective in entering Londinium. Rhodes Island came from the clouds shrouding Londinium. Yes, it's not just a figure of speech. In the eventuality Teresis does activate the shard, he'll lead the flames of war and the storm together upon those he sees as Sarkaz's enemies. No catastrophe register could predict a man-made catastrophe's course. No nomadic city could escape such a catastrophe's assault. Countless Sarkaz and Victorians will die in that battle, and it'll likely be even more tragic for those who survive. Most of them will become infected. Not to mention, the shard isn't on the border. It's in Londinium, the nation's very capital. Which means...
Once the technology is complete, it'll reach anywhere on Terra.
Sarkaz will use Victoria's power to destroy her. If we reach that stage, then everything the corpse has done will be for naught. The core have done will be for naught. Even if we could rescue people from a catastrophe as Rose Island does, Londinium and our livelihood would be past any point of return. Lavicia, Rose Island is greatly thankful to the Self-Salvation Corps. Without your help, we would have had no good way into central Londinium. But neither I nor the doctor will lie to you. No matter how Rhodes Island plans to approach Shard, battles ahead will be brutal, each more brutal than the last. We can't stop Teresis within the next few days. We'll be facing an all-out war. The Dukes will march with an eye to enter Londinium. If the Corps chooses to wait for the Duke's armies, Mia, we can't do that. The daughter of the textiles merchant. Most of the fighters, in fact, are just ordinary civilians. We have workers, farmers, craftsmen, traders. Our backgrounds are a tapestry of millions, together under one goal of driving the Sarkaz out of Londinium as soon as possible. That's why the Corps won't place all its hopes in the Dukes. Otherwise, we never have been able to take a stand ourselves. Our greatest fear, if it came to it, wouldn't even be the Sarkaz controlling the Shard. It'd be the Dukes, dropping any shred of thought for the ramifications. So the Corps has no intent to suspend operations. Correct. On the contrary, in fact, with the war on the eve of breaking out, there's some things only the Self-Salvation Corps could do here within Londinium.
Just gaining as much possible intel on the Sarkaz supply lines.
We think alike, Doctor. If the Dukes wage war, the Sarkaz will surely have preparations made to hold Londinium. Being a steel fortress, Londinium is self-sufficient to an extent. However, the Sarkaz actions within the city have long since outstripped that load. Still, unlike Londinium's previous masters, the Sarkaz don't get a drop of evident support from any of Victoria's other cities. In comparison, while the Dukes do all act on their own liberties, they'll each have their own steady flow of supplies. Supply line. Sarkaz do have some sort of hidden supply line, definitely. Completing the Shard has been a multi-year undertaking. The idea that relying solely on Londinium's own production is practically impossible. It originates outside the city, and its terminus is the Londinium munitions factory that builds weapons for the Sarkaz. Right. We can locate the supply line.
We'll be able to delay the birth of a superweapon. Commander Calvicia, cooperation is still our best choice.
Right so, Doctor.
We need more intel on the munitions factory.
Cora is a fighter who knows Highbury in and out. Doctor, you know him very well.
The local friend who guided us.
He's the most suited candidate for this mission. With some minor preparations, we'll lead everyone away from the Sarkaz's watch and for the munitions factory.
We still need other, more concrete sources of info.
Defense Forces Command HQ. It's a tower located at the border between Ostrig and Highbury boroughs, and it controls the info network for the entirety of Londinium's defense systems. Given the supply line can penetrate Londinium, there must be records of it lying somewhere in the system.
Those traders in the defense's top brass, right?
The commander, Leto, moved himself to the Sarkaz a few years back. It'd be pointless to try and win backing from a treasonist. We plan to raid their command tower. We need some other way to seize systems privileges. Of course, method aside, there's the fact that our troops desperately need new armaments. Sarkaz have placed their sights back on the city interior. Their supplies are stretched thin.
That's why I knew what you looked like. Oh my gosh. That's why. I was like, I know your face. I know that eye color. I know that hair color. And the ears seemed slightly familiar, but I wasn't going to say anything because I was like, maybe I'm wrong. That's why. Because we saw you before. We literally saw you. Did I see the new identity movesets for Limbus? No, I have not. I think I missed where they were announced. However, I did hear that apparently N-Corp Sinclair is going to be the first reverse coin identity. They'll be wanting more tails, which will be very, very interesting. Time to see what you can do.
I'll think of some way to address supply needs. When it comes to keeping Londinium going day to day, there's scarcely a Victorian trader who's fallen in line with Sarkaz. Allerdale? However, in turn, there's a different matter that I need you all to help me with. Lavicia, Rhodes Island has brought Otorius' relic back to Londinium. Otorius? That's a surname the warrior Draco's descendants took. Exactly. I already checked with the Doctor and Emiya. It's the Otorius key, without a doubt. That key opens the way to the door of the Mausoleum of Kings, which means we can retrieve the Empire's blade, the size of kings. Its significance goes beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever imagine. Trust me, please. It's not just some pretty piece of steel bestowed with symbolism. You say the shard is Londinium's great incomplete ambition. The truth of the Victorian Realm Blade and the Mausoleum of Kings, that would be Londinium's real ace in the sleeve. The Victorian Realm Blade isn't just symbolic? Only a few nobles along with Victoria's royal families know about it. And I happen to be a Cumberland. I believe you. The Mausoleum of Kings is practically a thing of myth to us, but if a royal key can open the door to it... I mean, how exactly did Rhodes Island even get this key? Or did I not have asked? We won't conceal the key's history, but it isn't Rhodes Island's. There's tales upon tales that I was never a part of. Who can ever tell you? Rhodes Island's time with it, though, I can tell you bit by bit if you're interested. Thank you, Emiya. I'm just floored, really. The legacy of Artoris. Truth of the Shard. So if Rhodes Island really has been preparing for all these years now, to be here today in Londinium. I won't delve any further for now. I won't make anyone else either. Might lose an important ally. Emiya, Doctor, do you have anything else you want to tell me? There is one other thing, in fact. Lavicia, about my background. I'd like to have a chat with you.
I really need to get C. I've tried. Every single time that she's appeared on a banner, I've pulled. But no luck. Because... you know... RNG just hates me sometimes. I mean, heck, we got 3 5 stars. I almost said 5 3 stars. That's not right. I mean, we got that too, but that's besides. We got 3 5-stars and a 6-star, and none of them were the focus ones. Not the new banner. RNG just hates me.
The flowers, Doctor. Look at these flowers. They're growing. It's amazing. A place like this, in the middle of Londinium, in a Sarkaz-occupied city.
But it can't be the same for those around at Miss Solidale. Oh, sorry, these are said together. The Sarkaz not letting nobles go is a net plus. But it can't be the same for those around Miss Solidale.
You're both quite right, Doctor. Miss Emiya. Despite it being slightly neglected these past years, the Duke of Cumberland's Manor is still Londinium's most iconic building. Not much recollection of my home out in the Duchy. My childhood memories mostly tie back to here.
The Hope Sinclair is a minus coin roller? Someone told me that they are. They go for tails. And their passive is going to lower their sanity, so they're more likely to get tails. And it makes sense, given that this ID is literally all of his trauma come back to life. It's literally the future he hoped to stop.
Nobody would ever truly leave this place to rot, would they? Miss Allerdale. I actually went to lay everything bare to Miss Clovicia. Well, it turns out your crew were already wise to Her Highness's identity. I didn't expect that, I'll confess.
Vina and I do get along pretty well. Even though she refuses to join me after I headhunt for her 30,000 times. Lore-wise, we do get along pretty well.
Well, the reply of yours surprises me even more. Rhodes Island knew who Her Highness was, yet had been willing to treat her as Vina, leader of the Glasgow gang. Clovicia and Vina some more time. The core of their disagreements when it comes to nobles, you know. And Her Highness is going to have a lot to say. I'm sure you have questions for me too. Serious little bunny. I'd like to jibber jabber a little with the enigmatic Rhodes Island myself, where it's time to mingle with the merchants. Miss Allerdale, is this residence truly secure? Rational question. Sarkaz naturally have their motive for not flushing out the nobles in central Londinium's. In central. Londinium's a massive city. Just too much for them to mind. But we've paid a tremendous price to sit in the middle of a war unscathed, Miss Emiya. Dignity, or what have you, is the least valuable part of it. Given the chance, I'll explain to Rhodes Island in detail. The Sarkaz informants surveilling this manor are under our control. Yet for now, I ask you to trust me. They haven't realized we've infiltrated them. They're wrong to believe Londinium city nobles lost every weapon after being isolated. Their mistake. We still have some way to counter Sarkaz surveillance. Provisionally. No, Her Highness has decided to be forthright with the core. It's not my place to be covering up either. For the sake of a smooth partnership, I can explicitly guarantee you that even now, the Cumberland residence has people who can establish extraordinary contact. The Sarkaz aren't fools. They're all bursting more. Indeed, like I told you, Londinium's a massive city. We don't have enough people. They're all on their own. And that serves us opportunities. Correct. Seems I haven't satisfied you much with my response. No, Miss Allerdale. I just worry your burden's too heavy. What? There really is some way for Victoria to keep control of Londinium, as it is now. No, I believe they can. But if they truly can, if they ultimately can, Then what is it they've been doing in practice all these years? What they've been having you do?
Allerdale's face clearly twists for an instant. That flash of emotion is immeasurably magnified in Amiya's eyes. It's no simple resentment, nor wariness, nor panic. It's grief. A grief so familiar, it hurts.
I apologize, Miss Allerdale. I know I've offended you. Alicia was right. We need to pry into each other. We could very well strain our progress instead. This complex state of affairs. But, if possible, please don't stifle yourself. See the consequences of that time and again. Allerdale? I'm being too heavy-handed, aren't I? No. This island just keeps on astonishing me. It seems I was judging you by your cover. I never did imagine you'd be this sort of thing. You must be at least a decade younger than me, but that look in your eyes is a very real thing. Not to mention, you seem right to me, considering you even cracked the secret of the shard ahead of Clovicia and I. And brought the Red Dragon's key with you. Honestly, if Her Highness hadn't vouched for you, I might have just been even wary of Rhodes Island than the Sarkaz. It's true. Londinium. No, the Sarkaz, to us, have more significance still. That's why we're here. Well then, you're here. What are you fighting for? I just gave me a simple synopsis of Rhodes Island. You seem to be all sorts of bound up with the Sarkaz. According to what I've heard, Rhodes Island has, and has always, worked for the sake of the infected. We do. The two of you must have plenty more going on in your heads right now, leader and commander of Rhodes Island. As you say, there's a great deal of people and affairs in Londinium that we have inseparable ties to. I'm only speaking personally, and for the Doctor too, when I say that the truth and the past may be enough impetus on their own at this point for us to act. But we've already been through so much. It's long stopped us from frivolously viewing these struggles and calamities, or placing our individual feelings above a greater problem. That's why we're here to curb a war that would devastate the land, and to dissipate the ground zero of Victoria's woes. To prevent the extinction of a race. To find the lifeline that by all rights we have the methods to seek. To help the infected, the workers, even the Sarkaz that have been desolated. We're here to help people, Miss Allerdale. Every single person with a life. Every single person with the right to live. Only in the end that the majority can accept. Do the truths of the past have any significance?
Amiya finishes her speech with resolution. In Allerdale's clear look of surprise, Amiya can't help but seek her heart. She's spoken her most genuine, sincere mind. Of that, there is no doubt. The operators that work alongside her must surely be filled with the same staunch conviction. Dr. Calcite stands ever more alone, carrying the weight of ideals. So this ideal's origin, this strong flame of conviction that drives Rhodes Island to move in such a colossal risk, to rush headlong into this political maelstrom. Who lit it? And what if? This answer of hers remains incapable of solving these pressing issues. A lot of secrets getting uncovered. Here we go. Allerdale's Guard forms an AoE shield for allies. 3 tiles on the battlefield are no longer available for deployment, and some seeds of withering become seeds of decay. We don't really know what those are. This is interesting, though. We'll have to see what it looks like when we actually get in there, huh? $1,098. 2:55 p.m. Overcast. Londinium.
Lady Golding, at last, you're back. Did I make it in time? Of course. I've rehearsed this play for well over a year. It's the first time the children are performing the whole thing. We couldn't possibly start the show without you. Just find myself a good seat then. Children, are you ready? Ready. Let's begin then. Lights.
Act 1. Scene 1.
Good morning, sir. There's a look of concern on your face. Is something worrying you?
The horn of victory has blown atop the walls for 3 days and nights. Why do I feel uneasy?
Has our great general not returned triumphant? Praise his bravery and fearlessness.
Bravery? Fearlessness?
Perhaps. Did you not see the light in his eyes when he returned?
He gazed upon the crown like he was a condor wing circling above a limping meat beast.
Greed can send the most kind-hearted man straight to hell.
And the masses will forever believe he reaped only what he had sown. These are our terms, Miss Allerdale. You need certain goods transported into Londinium. This is nothing like what we usually carry. Both the quantity and weight are highly unusual. I shan't ask what it is you need transported and why you need them brought into the city, but you must know that the risk we carry for transporting them is immense. And I'm certain you know there are not many men out there who can do this for you. The Sarkaz keep a close eye on all ports of entry. Should they learn of this under-the-table deal, none of us will leave Londinium alive. Even if your background and the greed of your friends watching your back are enough to keep your lifestyle in central Londinium as is, I'm afraid they won't help you with this affair. If you want this deal to go through, you must put something worth the risk on the table.
Thank you for agreeing to meet with me, Mr. Bader. I will consider your proposal.
Time waits for no one. You must make your decision soon.
Your asking price is high. We have discussed the situation. The Royal Mint is in Sarkaz's hands. News of this must have already spread throughout the entire country via the Magnum bankers. Merchant smugglers are worried the payment they will earn will be worthless by this time next month. Naturally, they demand a method of payment that will keep its value in the long term. We intend to accept his terms. Mr. Beatty was right. Time waits for no one. Yeah, it was 5 more. Excuse me. We have at most 5 more days to prepare. If we're to ambush the Defense Forces command tower, we need to bring more weapons into the city. But the demand is very dear to you. This is the position we are in, Clovisio. This is the position I am in. How do you figure what it means to me? Afraid? No, I can say this for sure. Your speculations are all wrong. You think of me simply as the magnificent Duke of Cumberland. You likely weren't even born yet, but I saw them hang Victoria's magnificent Lion King in the palace gardens with my own 2 eyes. My name is Cumberland, and everyone knows Cumberland was His Majesty's most faithful friend. You think the reason I stand here in front of you, completely unharmed, is because the bigwigs in Parliament had mercy on me? Even now, I still regularly attend Lieutenant Colonel Mateau's cocktail parties. My words still carry some weight there, and they still lead me to soothe the masses. Of course, this is for our own cause. Also my own means. It is also my own means. I understand your sacrifice. Without your protection, the Self-Salvation Corps could not have made it to the city. To this day. I'm not a girl anymore. That thing in the attic means nothing. It is a pile of scrap. It's not on the armor. Elshi. Make the arrangements, have it brought down from the attic. You disagree with my decision? I dare not speak, miss. I demand it of you. Lady Allerdale, no matter what you say, it's still House Cumberland's steam armor. The blood of your ancestors. That most esteemed Duke's blood flows within that armor. It's an honor that Victoria has bestowed upon House Cumberland, and it is a symbol of your house, ever on high. It can be destroyed in the flames of war. It can be given to another who is noble and unsullied. It can't be traded to a greedy merchant. You don't think Mr. Bather is worthy? An ancient set of armor, treated as a lowly collectible, and then traded away at a bargain price for just... Ilchi, been at my side all these years, ever since I was born. We've kept the long-fallen House Cumberland alive. My house is built on nothing but a bunch of empty words. Glory, loyalty, nobility, perhaps benevolence. But none of them hold any meaning today. It's you and I whom this house now stands. I understand, miss. Have you gotten a letter from them today? Not yet. You know, the music of the past. As if it still rings on in my head. This manor once hosted a king, but where is he now? My apologies, Your Highness. Call me Vina. Welcome, Vina. I've returned from patrolling with the fighters. Still willing to go on missions with the fighters of the Self-Salvation Corps. Splendid. I want to do as much as I can. It's more than enough for the men to simply know you are here. I've heard from Clovicia. The attic is absolutely cluttered with rubbish. I've got to pull myself together and clean it up a bit. Lots of dust there. I often have Your Highness helping me with such things. Well, Dale, I don't want you to sell the armor. Is that an edict from Your Highness? I have no right to issue one. You know I'm responsible for the Self-Salvation Corps, not me. You know better than I what's right for the Corps. I understand that the armor can buy us an opportunity. But please give me some time. I will find a way. Mina, you didn't worry yourself over this. Is that an order from the Self-Salvation Corps, Austrian District Leader? Very well. Nothing ever happened. Perhaps... Never mind. It's all in the past. Lady Heidi! What is it? Do we have any news from Goling? Yes, she just sent us a message through the transmitter at the bookstore. It's been forwarded to your terminal. Good. Very good. She says she's safe. Everything in Austria is proceeding according to plan. We sent a reply. The Doctor Squad has successfully surpassed the checkpoint and infiltrated Highbury, thanks to the mercenaries working with Rhodes Island.
Catherine, there's a problem with the conveyor belt at loading area number 9.
Let's have a look. There's a loose nut.
Pato,
I'm here.
you're on shift today and we're running shorter and shorter on time. What are you doing? We don't speed things up. Sarkaz will smear your brains across the steel here. Sorry, Catherine.
Hand me the spanner.
Okay.
Here. Quick on your feet all of a sudden. You. Long time no see, Granny. I'm back. Pato? Catherine? Is your team leader after work for a write-up? What? Well, they don't authorize personnel into the factory's most important landing zone. You're lucky you haven't been sacked. Granny, this isn't Pato's fault. It wasn't him who let me in. Good. Pato, bring Tommy and Dave with you to get written up. I better not see a single one of you trying to wiggle out of this. You. There's a strange character from God knows where next to you. You mean me? Come. Act 3, Scene 7. Sir, why is the palace so quiet? Palace? What palace? You're facing the outer walls of the palace. Move aside, big heap of metal. You're blocking the sunlight. I'm facing nothing but an empty house. I am a steam knight. I purge all evil and injustice. Young man, it's over. No, it is not. Nor shall it ever be. As long as we still know what is right and what is wrong. As long as we never hesitate to make the right decision. It shall never be over. I made my way here precisely for that reason. I've made all men to join me. Even you have yet to relax your tightly clenched fist, am I right? Yeah, our cover's been blown. How many hostiles? Recon operators report 4 mercenary patrol teams heading in our direction. We have to pass through the district to reach Defense Force's command tower. And we've only just made it inside. Sarkaz forces are way too quick to react. Being ambushed. How's the backup route looking? The mercenaries have been lured to the front here. No, it won't work. There's another squad coming up fast. Self-Salvation Corps just spotted them. What did they say? Had a run-in with the squad when they evacuated from Sedane. So the Sarkaz fight, well, they're inhuman. Vampires, men. Notify all units. The operation has been cancelled. Prepare to pull out immediately. There's no time. The Vampire fighters are moving on way too fast. Self-Salvation Corps, engage them. Change of plans. Raiding the Self-Salvation Corps.
Where's the goddess?
What goddess?
Don't play dumb with me. She's been with you lot the last couple of days.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm not talking. Not even if you kill me.
Another stubborn bunch.
Oh, what's this? Bugs. Bloody. Hang in there, friend. Back in formation. Don't let the bugs on the ground separate you. Defender operators, cover our allies' retreat. Once all Limbus Self-Salvation Corps came here together, so we will leave together. Yay, more vampires. These guys are a pain to deal with. Yeah, something tells me that's gonna be the entire chapter. Hello, 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 hello. Air unit self-destructs when near an operator, dealing physical damage. There's also more around here, right? Something about the AoE shield or something along those lines? No, not quite? Okay. Clearly I don't fully understand what I'm doing. This gives a target and surrounding units a shield that absorbs 1,000 damage. I see. I may have set you in a bad spot, so we're gonna change that.
Everyone, focus
Oh boy. What? Okay, that's not exactly how I expected that. Okay, dude, okay, I really screwed that up. Back after doing some sorting. Welcome back.
Don't get discouraged. We still have a chance.
Okay, how am I gonna do this? Your hands are hurting now? What were you doing? Oh, 13.
Target marked.
This, do this.
Focus on. My sword, no matter what trouble we're in. I'll
Cardboard boxes that weigh a ton. Oh, jeez. Self-destructs when near. Okay, so it's just a bigger, harder hitting version. Oh, geez, I didn't realize it meant that close. Okay.
I've got a way to treat you here.
Alright, this'll hurt. Yep. I'm changing you out for you.
No matter what trouble we're in, I'll face it together with all of you.
On Terraria shark shooting at us. Push you all back a bit. Give me a moment just to deal with stuff.
I'll do my best.
There we go.
I've got a way to treat you here.
Yep. Shh. We're doing alright though. Oh, apparently we aren't.
You here.
Not one step forwards.
Can I really get back? Everyone, hang in there.
Alright, just the last couple and we're good. GG.
Everyone,
Hanya, unleash the rage your father poured into you.
Take that, you stupid vampires. Oh, are those Nox error? It just said that they were going to engage the vampire group, so I just figured they were vampires. Or maybe canonically we fought the vampires, but those were Nox error. Found a quartz necklace. Ooh. We have a signal, Mia.
Good. Casters, hold the shield with me. Everyone else get to the corner.
Sarkaz casters raise their staves together. Monsters made of blood rush up from the underground. The entire street opens its gaping maw beneath the soldiers.
There's too many of them.
Black lines cut through the flesh of the monsters, but even more rise again from the fallen, gnawing away at the arts forming a defensive barrier. The fighters run for their lives, but the stench of the predator's jaws is never far from behind. Finally, they make it into another alley and find themselves face to face with an aura that is potent, pure, and fearsome. Stop. The bloody tide stops in its tracks. It was as though they ran into an invisible wall when they rounded the corner. The maggot-shaped arts creations smashed themselves into pieces, leaving bloody trails on the ground. The empty street is completely silent.
Casualties?
We're fine. We got out quick enough. We delayed the Sarkaz, making safer for Allerdale and Siege.
Thanks, everyone. Especially our Self-Salvation Corps friends. For being willing to take this risk with us.
Commander Clavesio calls Rhodes Island our most important ally. We're ready to do what we have to. Plus, if this Rhodes Island operator here hadn't helped us, that vampire would have done us all in a long time ago. Do I know you? Do we know you? You seem familiar. Your favorite Banshee? I've seen too much meaningless killing in Londonium. I saw my compatriots who have gone too far. Oh, it's Logos. Okay. Okay. Have we ever seen Logos before? I know we've had their name mentioned. I don't think we've ever seen Logos, have we? It's the first time we actually see him. Okay. Because, like, the name is familiar. Like, we've heard that before. I know that much. Good to know that I'm not crazy and forgetting things. Sorry, Doctor. Oh, you mean are we not welcome? He's been mentioned multiple times. Okay. Had a little fight with Granny when I skipped out of the factory last year. A dozen big, bruising workers surround you. Their eyes are filled with suspicion. He glances at the drills and spanners in their hands, and then at Feist, dressed like the workers, but here on his own. Seems like it was more than a little fight. I guess Granny's still sore at me. I had no reason to be sore at a dead man. I didn't even know my grandson was still alive till a minute ago. Wanted to send a message, but it was too risky. Sarkaz monitor all communications into Highbury. He let Sarkaz tie you to the Self-Salvation Corps. So you joined that band of crackpots. And didn't even study in the Self-Salvation Corps. You did a lot in Sidine, Granny. Sarkaz control the media, and they call us an unarmed violent gang. An unnamed violent gang. And once he blew up the wall. It was the Sarkaz damaged the walls while pursuing the core. Right, it was mostly Sarkaz who did it. So you're here to blow up the armory? Of course not. What did you say to the Self-Salvation Corps friends? Making weapons for the Sarkaz to use against Victorians? No, Granny. What I told them was... My Granny stands up to protect their livelihoods.
I know you think I'm a brat with little more than a couple silly tricks. I didn't come back to drag the workers into this. I'm not here to try and convince you either. I have my goals, of course. It'd be brilliant if you were to help me. But first, I want to see that you're safe. Here, let me have a look of you. Granny. Put on a few inches, brat. Yeah, I grew a little bit. How old is Feist? He can't be any more. He can't be much older than like his teens, right? There's no way he's much older than his teens. I'll have the goods soon. It's a steam armor. How many men would kill to get one like it? The noble Lithuanian loved to flaunt such storied antiquity. Probably 23 or 24? Really? It's still growing at 23 or 24? As much as there are perks to being tall, I sure hope I don't grow any more inches. Oh my gosh, I hit my head on enough freaking doorways. I cannot tell you how many times. I had to stay at a place for a freaking organizational thing that I'm a part of. I think I hit my head like 7 times over the course of 2 days. Friggin', it hurt. Now imagine if I grew a couple more inches. I thought I... No, honestly, I don't think I will. I've been done for the last... You think growth drops to about 26 years? Okay, never mind. I was gonna say, I think I've been done for the last like 5 or 6 years, but maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I still got a couple more years of growth then. The nobles of Lithuania love to flaunt such stories and antiques. Oh, and do be sure to ask those Colombian firms as well. They might be interested, even if the tech is centuries old. Getting it out will be no trouble at all. What business do you think I'm running in Londonium these days? The Sarkaz are a gang of raving psychopaths, and they alone can't rule Londonium. I have friends in the defense forces. They'll take care of it for me. That is true. It is all genetic in the end. That is very true. I've heard it has a few external blemishes, however. I do hope that won't hurt the price. Why not cancel the deal if you're so worried about the price? Who's there? Don't worry, we just happen to be traveling the same way. Get this intruder out of here! Stay. Where are my bodyguards? I've asked them to take a short nap. You can go and wake them once we've finished our chat. All of them? I guess just one of you? One? Oh my, no. Look behind you. I can't wait for her to freaking get out of NPC jail on global server. Oh wait, is she out of NPC jail? I can't remember if she... can't remember what things are in global and what things are only in any server anymore. This is Londonium. I've got friends in high places. And we are high places. Did she come with chapter 12? Okay. I was going to say, I've been starting to like merge a couple of things together because I know schedules have gotten a bit wonky. Like IS3 is supposed to already be out now, but it's not. And I'm only mildly salty. Oh, where are they? Do tell. I bet I'd get on famously. Don't do anything rash now. Play nice with us and no one has to get beat. whatever Siege says you do. Otherwise, my claws won't be aimed at the wall next time.
Alright. I understand. Seriously? You really got it into there.
I learned from you a lot.
Now then, let him go. I want my coral operator. Yes.
You can open your eyes and put your hands down, Mr. Bader. We're not going to hurt you. At least not yet. What do you want? My terms are clear. Cancel the deal for the Cumberland Sleeve armor. You let me go if I agree? Yes. I want to make sure you keep your side of the bargain. Show Mr. Bader our map, Morgan. With pleasure. Marks on the map. Those are my warehouses. How do you know about them? You don't pay much attention when you're out and about. You found me? Correct. The Sarkaz cannot be bribed. They learned that you've smuggled so much contraband into Londinium through your connections. How helpful do you think your friend will be? Will he be in any position to protect you? You're considering tipping off the Sarkaz. They may well get us all killed, but they won't have to know anything if you continue to work with us. Do I have a choice? I understand your circumstances. I appreciate the opportunity to work with you. You will be compensated fairly. Wait a second. What is your relationship to Allerdale Cumberland? You were attendant? I'd imagine House Cumberland is an end principle to hire one. Watch your mouth. Cumberland sends Vina, not the other way around. She's the daughter of a duke. You don't mean... No, I'm nobody. Lady Cumberland and I are comrades, along with thousands upon thousands of Londoners who long for peace. I do hope you're one of them, Mr. Bader. Act 4, Scene 3. All those loyal to this land stand with me. The final battle against evil lies before us. Children, do you live here? Hide not in the corners and shadows, even if you cannot hold a sword. There is more to being a warrior than simply holding a sword. Open your eyes, watch, listen, think. Tell me what is right, what is wrong, and what kind of life you wish to live. I march onwards, with you as my witnesses. Brilliant. Look how good Ralph is, Lady Golding, and how much he's grown. I think he was a mischievous little beastling just 4 years ago. Yes, I'm delighted. A handkerchief, Molly? Handkerchief? Oh yes, I can't stay my clothes with tears in front of the children. Oh, but I just can't stop crying to think that Ralph and the other kids will be leaving school so soon. It's time for them to have a rest. Us too. Yes, the final scene. That's the best part. Who's clapping? You didn't invite anyone to rehearsal today, did you?
Teachers cast their glances to the back of the classroom. A man in military attire claps slowly by the door. What a splendid performance.
Lieutenant Colonel Leteau. I didn't think the commander of the Defense Forces would grace this classroom with his presence.
Good afternoon, ladies.
I managed
There we go. I was gonna say game.
didn't I?
You want to load? There we go. And plenty of goods. And I think with that, that's a pretty good place to stop. I don't know how many levels, or how many battles are in chapter 11 here. At the very least in chapter 10, there were 18. So I don't think we're going to reach the end in like the next one. I'd take a wager and say that we're probably about a third of the way there. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, you know what I need to do? Hold on, sorry. I'm getting distracted. I wonder if I could do this from the screen. No, I cannot. No, I cannot. I'll have to do that later. Yeah, I think this is a pretty good place to stop. I'd take a wild guess and say we're maybe about a third of the way through the chapter. And, I somehow have not been spoiled on the boss. Which is surprising. You're finishing up. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. Sorry, buddy. You know what? My luck has been pretty good. Let's do one more pull. At this point, because of how much we've gotten, what missions do I have? Oh, just weekly stuff. I was like, I already did all my dailies. Okay. And we've earned a decent chunk here. I'll do a 10 pull. We'll get the haha funny guy. And watch this one be a purple bag. Okay. Dang it. Okay, at least give me paprika. At least give me paprika, please. Statistically, it's a 25% chance. 14? Oh no. Oh no.
Following the guidance of the Arcana, our paths have finally converged.
It's a 25% chance for each 5-star to be paprika. I've gotten 3 of them. Blue poison? Lapland and blue, let's go! Oh, they're such good operators. Lapland is one that I use so frequently. Blue poison as well. I think I've already told you about blue poison. Lapland and blue! Really, really good. Both really, really good. He's new to the game. He only started playing a couple days ago.
Hi! I'm Cruz.
Was the next one the 5-star? I wasn't keeping track of numbers. No, it's not. How much further in was this?
Reporting in. I'm glad to be working with you.
Did I skip the 5-star by accident? No, I didn't. Okay.
Hey there!
Paprika!
Today, my squad and I are at your beck and call, Doctor. Call me Paprika. You seem like a solid employer, but you're still on probation. I've got my eye on you.
Who's your voice actor? Hold on, who's your voice actor? You sound very familiar. Join when there's some downtime. Yeah, that's true. At least you don't have to be like me and get traumatized. Okay, you know what? I'll take paprika. I can try and get a little bit more materials before I go and pull another 10. Because I don't want to spend all my Arundum. I already spent, like, so much. It does! That's a little bit of what I was thinking. At least I'm not crazy. Did I pull one of you? Oh, it was probably in one of the ones that I skipped. Oh gosh, we're chugging a little bit. I'm sorry. Pardon my frames. You are a healer. Chain medic. Let's see. Attack speed plus 25 plus 25. That's what we need. We need here. Harlacher Stone. Let me look you up. I recognize that name off the top of my head. At least any rolls from them. Let me see some roles. She voice acted in K-On!, Sword Art Online, Kill la Kill. Oh! She was Mon Conchoke from Kill la Kill. That's why she sounds familiar. Maki from Persona 5. And ReZero as well. See, I've never played Fate Apocrypha, but yeah, she's in there too. Sailor Moon, Cells at Work. Oh, she's apparently on Demon Slayer as well. Ghost in the Shell. She's in a lot of stuff. Tekken Bloodline apparently as well. Digimon. Ni no Kuni. Demon Slayer again. Killer Instinct. And it's been a while since I've heard that name. Persona, you already mentioned that. She's Aiba. That's why she sounded so familiar. I was like, hold on. I know that from somewhere. You're Aiba, that's why. Can't believe I didn't piece that together. That's why it sounded familiar, though. I know her best from as Aiba. Hawthorne, Catherine Full Body. Oh, because she plays Anne from the Persona DLC. Okay, that's fine. She's also Venti in Genshin Impact. Guinevere and Not in Fire Emblem Heroes. Oh wow, okay, so that's why she seemed like a very familiar voice. I just didn't realize she had two last names. Hold on, now I gotta pull up Fire Emblem Heroes. Hold on. Does it list her with two last names in Heroes? Let me turn down my volume so I don't destroy the microphone with Fire Emblem Hero. She's played a ton of awesome roles. She's actually played even more than I recognized. The instant you said AI the Somnium Files, I was like, she does sound a little like Aiba, and then yeah, it's Aiba. Maybe, if Fire Emblem will load. Okay, I'm gonna back out of this real quick. I'm gonna see what your skill 2 is. And also this. When heal an extra 80 HP if target's below 40. Okay, fair enough. Attack plus 10%, an extra bounce per heal, and talent activation threshold becomes 50 HP. 50%. Sorry, percentage there. That's not bad. I may invest in you. Communications error has occurred. Then what am I connected to? Are Fire Emblem servers down? Maintenance? I don't know, whatever. Our only utility is being able to heal outside of range if you position the chains carefully. Yeah. The chains. Yeah. She looks cool though. I like her design. I was gonna say, she's Sarkaz, right? Yeah, she's Sarkaz. She has connections with, look at the toes. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's fine. They aren't horrible. Better than I could do, that's for sure. You have connections to W though, right? Too bad. You can't tell me not to and then expect me to go and do it. To go and, like, listen to that. there any more chain medics past her? I swear there's been one more chain medic. She mentions any in her lines as well? Kind of a spoiler? Okay. What does she mention then?
I'm not good at this stuff either. Huh? They need it done today?
Is she the only one?
Fine, I told you I'd help. I keep my word, give it here. I'll take half, but you gotta finish the rest on your own.
Okay, I could definitely hear the Ivo like part. It's in a couple of the words. Took her 3-star clear line. Okay. I was gonna start just going through them.
Awesome! Smooth like butter.
Oh dang, okay. Well, there you go.
I didn't need any backup that time. Let's see what W and Ines have to say.
I don't think I've ever actually heard that name pronounced in English. It's Ines. Okay.
Hey Doc! What kind of missions do we have today? Oh, right. Let me get this out of the way. I'm not taking anything too crazy.
Definitely Iva. Okay. I'm sorry. I will only hear her as Iva from now on. Now that I like actually have confirmation that that's why she sounded so familiar, that's all I'm going to hear. Which, by the way, Epic, you need to play I Am the Somnium Files. It's amazing. Everyone needs to play I Am the Somnium Files. It's all amazing. Play both games. It's really good. Okay, Fire Emblem Heroes, it's not going to load. I'm not going to be able to check Guinevere's and Nott's voice actor. I don't know if they listed both last names. I may just be crazy. I could just be 100% crazy. Also, why is her, like, new thing icon not going away? Is my internet dead? My internet's still here. Why is it... Okay, whatever. There we go. I do not know why this is not working. Well, if the stream suddenly stops for no good reason, you know why. You're really not going to let me go and... Okay, well, sure, whatever, fine. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good place to wrap it up. Like I said, I'm going to take a wild guess and say we're maybe about a third of the way through the chapter. We'll keep working on it, slowly but surely. We also got through the end of the railway for Limbus, which is great. Very happy about that. We are dropping frames. Oh, there we go. Now it loaded. Now the thing's gone. Now I can actually close the game and not have to worry about something going wrong. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so we got through quite a decent chunk of stuff today. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see. Next stream should be Lobotomy Corporation. We're going to be joining Yasad. I believe he's the information team, so we'll be checking that out and hopefully not hearing any of the trumpets. That's the goal. And let's see if we can actually do a stream without a reset. Because I'm still kind of embarrassed about... What do you mean? I know, listen, I know I had to reset on the second day, but we don't need to talk about that, okay? We made it to day 5 without any deaths, okay? Not a single employee has died. Everyone's still alive. You all still have your special little employees. They're still alive. I'm going to keep them alive. And no one will die. No one's going to die. Walk away with only mild trauma. Alright though. I think we'll go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you all for coming out, whether you're watching this live or if you're watching this as a VOD. I greatly appreciate it. If you enjoyed what you saw today, yeah, catch you next time. Thanks for coming and hanging out. If you enjoyed what you saw today, feel free to follow. It's a nice and easy way to say, hey, I like what you're doing, keep up the good work. It is also a nice and easy way to get notified of streams. I send notifications to both Twitch and Twitter at the start of every stream, right as I go live, so you won't have to worry about missing a thing. And if you're interested in checking out some of my past content, feel free to check out my YouTube channel. It's where I upload all of my VODs and the occasional YouTube short and long form video. I made it a goal this year to upload at least one non-VOD video per month to that channel. This means at least once per month there is going to be a YouTube short or long form video highlighting something either from the streams or something off stream. So if you're interested in checking out what I create, holding me to my word, or checking out my past content like I said before, please feel free to check out that channel. Regardless of how you choose to show your support though, it all means a lot to me and I greatly appreciate it. And I hope you all have a wonderful day, night, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it happens to be wherever you are. And I hope to see you all again later. Thanks for coming and hanging out.